All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the August 12th meeting. I am Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:09 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Commissioner P.J. Henningsen and Commissioner Jim Hayden, all of whom are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating virtually include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Jessica Heineman, and Krista Lineberger. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candice Leidy, Andrea Leslie Fight, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by phone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, so let's get this started. Why don't we start off by revisiting the citizen concerns from our last meeting? Christy, do you want to speak to any kind of
Sure.
progress we've made?
Yes, thank you, Kim. Commission, Kim, Jessica Hinman, and Andrea and I met and talked about a path forward. And it's slightly different than what we brainstormed at the last meeting on July 29th. We decided that it was important to establish a standard baseline. And that meant that we're going to review the projects that have been submitted and reviewed since the design guideline update in 2017, so that we are more comparing apples to apples. We're also going to research projects associated with credentialed professionals, which means architects, contractors, real estate agents, landscape architects, et cetera, who were either actively serving or have previously served as a commissioner. And we are going to break out the information by calendar year, the number of projects submitted, review timeframes, and decision outcomes. That's sort of going to be our focus. Andrea has graciously offered the assistance of her paralegal staff to help with the research and data compilation, because we are inundated with a backlog of applications, and we are so very thankful to Andrea and her staff for doing that. Our next steps, provided the commission is okay with this path forward, that Andrea and I will meet and with her team to determine a research schedule, a time frame that includes periodic updates. And we do know that we get about 300 to 400 cases a year. And so if we're looking at cases from 2017 forward, we're probably looking at approximately 1,000 cases. So that's a significant volume. So I don't want to give anyone false hope that this is something that's going to be turned around by next meeting or anything. But we will continue to update you once we figure out what the time frame is. Right now, we're anticipating just generally fall, winter, given the amount of information that we need to research. So that is the scope of our research project. And I want to turn it back to you to maybe if commissioners have any comments or tweaks they'd like to see. And if not, as always, commissioners can always reach out to staff one-on-one if they have thoughts after the meeting.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone have any thoughts or comments or questions they'd like to bring up now? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Christy, and thank you to Andrea and her staff for taking on this massive task that we think is very important. Okay. Any other piece of business we need to discuss before we move on to the cases?
No, the only business is the first case has deferred.
Okay, so the first case has deferred, so we will not be seeing the applicant for 821 Walnut Avenue. So let's move on to case 2, which is 1223 Belgrave Place.
Okay, so I don't believe that the applicant is here yet.
Okay.
Can we skip to case 3 and come back to case 2?
We're doing so well so far,
I
you
know.
guys. All right, so we will move on to case 2, 201 Grandin Road with Mr. David Wales.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, David.
Hi, David.
Thanks so much.
Hey, everybody. So how do I need to state my name correct? This is David Wales.
Yes.
And your address.
David, have you been sworn in?
I said I do.
Good. Perfect.
Yes. Right hand was raised. 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Okay, thank you. This is a continuation actually from the January meeting, and with us not hearing cases for 3 months, they are back with a revised proposal, changes to the church property, 201 Chandon. At this point, I am going to turn it over to David and let him present about the changes. And just a brief reminder to ask that everyone place themselves on mute unless they are presenting or commenting. Thank you.
I'll
Okay,
also
great.
like to mention this is Mark Bolus,
Mark, hi.
with David, and I was sworn in as well. And David's
Okay.
going to do the majority of the talking. I'll go on mute. If I have anything, I'll jump in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, if you would, for the court reporter, would you please state your address?
Sorry, Mark Bolus, 1604 Stevens Ridge Road, Matthews, North Carolina, 28105.
Perfect. David, it's all yours.
Okay, and do I just, for as far as slides go, I just let you know when I'm ready to change slides? Is that how it goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So right now I'm still seeing just the initial application. Okay, great.
Where would you like to start? With
Yes, you can
site
start on the next, on the existing site plan.
Okay.
Just have a few things to say. Nothing obviously has changed yet. The parsonage, we have the parsonage to the planned north side of the property, which is going to stay in place. And the owner has been renovating under a different application. The majority of the site plan on the public side of the property along Grandin and West 4th Street is pretty much going to stay the same, especially at the corner. The entrance ramp and everything on the front corner is all going to stay the same. The previous version, we were actually entering the units from 4th Street side, but you'll see when we get to the elevations that has changed. Actually, could you go back? The two entry stairs that are currently existing, there's one that goes up to the church level and one that goes down to the basement. Those will both be demolished, as well as the ramp, which is planned left to the church. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Oh. Next one. There we go. Okay, so this is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the predominant change has been the inclusion of balconies for each unit now. The units along 4th Street, as well as the units along the rear of the property and the new building as well. The other, as I mentioned, the entry, you can kind of see, or you can see a canopy that you'll also see in elevations on the back side of the building where our new townhome entrances would be. And the entire area between the church parsonage and the new building would be a pervious pavement type material. At the time when, a few weeks ago, when this site plan was created, Mark was pursuing the property to the adjacent to the parsonage. And so the plan was to provide access, vehicular access from that direction. But that purchase fell through. And so the permeable paving will not continue out to Grandin Road any longer. Okay, next slide. Just showing you the streetscape. The only thing that's changing really here is that you can see the addition behind the parsonage, and that's staying at the same level as the existing rear block of the church. Next slide. The front side of the church at the corner of Grandin and 4th, that's, as mentioned, staying pretty much the same. Next slide. 4th Street side, when we get to the revised elevations, you will see the changes here. The only major reductions, as mentioned, is the two stairs right there in the bottom left corner will be demolished. Next slide. On the rear, the you can see that or you can kind of see where the ramp that's kind of coming out from the back side of the building. That will be removed, and this area will be regraded for parking. And on the parsonage side, you can just see, the parsonage side's there. Those HVAC units will be relocated, and we're hoping with HDC approval to remove the grill as well. Next. Just another view of the parsonage. Next slide. Okay, again, nothing's changed here since our previous submittal. We're still planning on keeping the front, the Grandin Road side of the elevation is not going to change. Next slide. The existing 4th Street elevation. Next slide. And so here is where there's been some significant updates from the previous one. As everybody knows, the major point of, or the biggest issue we had was the alterations we were going to make with the stained glass. This current version, we have added some. We're keeping the stained glass as is in place, no change. And we've added a pair of 24 by 80 casement windows on either side, which would allow for egress out of these spaces. Above the windows there, again, there would be these in plan would be bedroom spaces, and would be 30. Those are 30 by 36 double hungs. And now in this view, you can see those balconies, which basically carry that brick pilaster, the lines from the brick pilaster up to create the divisions in the existing roof. The actual railings would be metal or iron railings, and the interior finish of the courtyard walls would be a cementitious, lap siding, cementitious lap siding. There currently is lap siding on the end of the church, or on the end of the roof, just above the rear elevation, where you can see it kind of cut back there. So we'd kind of be continuing yeah, exactly right there. Continuing a material that's already being used on the church. And then, of course, those the French doors would be a new addition and be a wood clad product. All of the existing double hung windows on the rear block of the church would be replaced as well. Next slide. This is showing the interior courtyard view. Here you can see we've done basically the same things with the added casement windows on either side of the stained glass and double hungs added above them. The canopy on the basement level, protecting the new entrances that we've created on that side. Currently along that elevation on the basement level, there are windows which we would be removing and replacing with 36 by 80 entries with side lights. The canopy itself would be a steel framed canopy that would be suspended with steel cables, and be designed to match a canopy of the period of the original construction of the church. We have actually converted the interstitial space between the rear block and the sanctuary, right there in the middle with the 5 double hung windows. That area right now is basically some gathering space and vertical circulation, and we would be turning that into a unit as well. Next slide. This is the existing rear elevation. Next slide. As you can see, the right part is, the actual, there's no addition to the building. The frame or the elevation is the same size-wise. We'd be replacing the windows. There are a few windows on the lower level that have been bricked in over time that would be brought back. And we're actually now, previous versions, we were looking at creating a condo type setup on the 3 levels, but now we're looking at more of creating 3 separate vertical townhome units here as well. So there would be 3 entrances. We're adding brick pilasters that similar to the side elevations of the church to kind of better define each unit. And those lines are carried up to the roof as well. In this view, you can see on the pediment of the end of the roof there where the lap siding currently is, and that would be these would be similar design to the balconies on 4th Street with the iron railings and some wood-clad French doors and wood-clad individual entry doors. Let's see. Then the addition would continue the same language. Again, we're kind of framing what this is basically a smaller version of the existing rear block with the windows the same size, same brick, the same door entrances that we'd be using, a similar balcony, the same in the ends of each end of the church are kind of set up as this vertical plane, and that will also be continued on this addition. And right now we're showing the vertical circulation happening between those, which would just be a pretty simple set of wood frame stairs, but with iron railings. But yeah, next slide. This is the interior courtyard facing side, showing again, kind of this one kind of having that vertical plane type instead of that's on each of the ends, kind of rotated 90 degrees to create the face of the new interior courtyard side. Double hung windows, again, some French doors, and just pretty much mimicking the same language that was on the other side. Next slide. And again, kind of just the same things happening here with the same detailing. I hadn't mentioned the stone sills, which we would be replicating on the addition beneath each of the double hung windows on the addition as well as the stone banding exactly that is currently on the church building, as well as the wood gable vents. We would be introducing those to match the stone coping on the actual each end wall would have the stone coping as well. Next slide. And then these are just obviously some axonometric views just to kind of help show the proposed changes. So we can just go through the next 3 of those real quick. And just the details of those, the Pella 450 series wood-clad windows. That's it.
Okay, thank you, David. Commissioners, do you think we have enough information to make a decision today? Yep. Okay. Is anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right. Commissioners? Okay. PJ?
Hey, good afternoon. And thank you again for preserving all of the stained glass windows. Trevor, you have a handful of questions. So go to the left hand of the slide.
We're having a hard time hearing you, PJ.
Will you say what you just said again, PJ,
No,
please?
thank you again for preserving the stained glass windows. I mean, that's really amazing. So thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great, thank you. I had a handful of questions. I want to start with the proposed left elevation. This is the 4th Street elevation.
Okay.
All right, couple of comments. I just want to confirm that all of the original double hung windows will remain.
The original double hung windows, they will either remain, those the only issue we will have is if they're inoperable, since these will be residential units and they will need to function as egress. Those, that need to operate as egress will be replaced with a like window.
So we will need some form of proof that which windows are inoperable and will need
Okay.
to be replaced. Another comment is the existing double hung windows, what material are they? Are they all metal? Are they wood?
They're wood,
They are wood.
yes.
Okay. So any new windows on that elevation, are they wood or are they aluminum clad wood? And I say that because I saw kind of a mixed match. On some elevations, you were using aluminum clad. Another elevation, you were using wood windows.
Yeah, the idea is that we were going to, wherever we were inserting new windows, that they would be the aluminum clad windows. And if we had to replace so we wouldn't want a mixture of both within the same areas. So for instance, all the windows that we're introducing adjacent to and near the townhome units along 4th Street, those would all be aluminum clad. But as mentioned, with if we were to find an inoperable window amongst the bunch of wood clad windows, those would be replaced with wood windows.
Got it. So new windows that are being installed and new openings in the brick will be aluminum clad wood windows.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Another question for you. Still on the 4th Street elevation. The balconies into the roof line. Why did you choose the 4th Street elevation to put the balconies versus the interior courtyard side?
I think it was really just since this view would have a better view, if possible, of the city, and just trying to create just beautiful skyline views. They could just as easily be switched to the interior side. It's just there's you wouldn't have the potential of a skyline view.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
No more questions on the left elevation. Can we move to the right elevation? Okay. All right. So, I mean, just kind of a comment. I noticed on the first floor, that's where the entryway is. So any of those existing double hung windows that were there, original windows are being replaced with entryways. See that? Thank you. Are there any original windows here that are being replaced? Original double hung windows that are being replaced?
There are. So I'm trying to remember exactly. Let me scroll real quick to the interior, that kind of interstitial space between the units.
Yeah. No, perfect. And if you could explain any fenestration changes or window opening changes on that space as well. I just, when I was reviewing it, I was having a hard time figuring out which double hung windows were remaining, which ones were being replaced, which window openings were changing size, et cetera. So thank you.
So there's currently, so the only one that would be new is the one directly above the door in that interstitial area. So, and that one would be replaced since it's surrounded by wood windows with a wood window. And then the two there along on the bottom level of the rear half, those two as well. Currently, they're bricked in openings.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so in the rear half, first floor, those two double hung windows,
Yes.
openings are currently bricked in. You're installing new double hung windows into that. You know, the space in between the stained glass windows in that rear section, I apologize, I forgot what you called it. There's a window you're opening above the door.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So no other double hung windows no other existing windows will be replaced.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes. Sorry, I know that's confusing.
No worries. Could we move on to the rear elevation? Okay, questions. Appreciate that you're adding that brick pilaster detail to the rear. My question is, how confident are you that you'll be able to match the brick?
Ooh, good question. I don't know. You know, that's always a difficult thing to do. You know, it's not a highly uncommon brick. It's a very common brick that's on the building in a standard running bond. So, you know, the wear and tear of a brick building over time, you know, the grime that's built up on it, even if you have it cleaned professionally, it still has some traces of 80 years, 90 years of wear and tear. You know, I think it's nearly impossible at least in my experience, to make it look like it was absolutely original. Whether it was grout, whether it's the grout or the brick itself, something sticks out that's just different enough that you can tell. So, you know, obviously that's not a critical part of our design. We just thought it was, you know, it adds some detail to a kind of a pretty plain elevation and create some division that would be continued up through and onto the roof lines. So again, just trying to create a little bit more interest to that back elevation, but it's not something that's critical to the design.
No, understood. And thank you for the explanation. My initial concern is it may, if you're not able to precisely match the brick with that pilaster detail, it may be more of a distraction, right, than, you know, kind of a unifying element. Just a comment.
Yeah. Okay.
Another question, again on the windows. On the rear elevation, just confirm that you're not replacing any original windows.
Correct, unless inoperable in a space requiring egress.
Okay. Another comment on the cementitious board. I'm assuming you're planning on using Hardy Artisan?
Hardy Artisan, yes, correct.
Okay. Last comment on the again with trying to match brick and cast stone and stuff like that on the addition that you're connecting to the main building. Do you think is your intent to try to match detail, whether it's brick, stone, you know, to the original structure?
Yes, I mean, obviously it's not an easy task, but we will be, replicating it to the best of our ability. I mean,
Okay, no, thank you. Just in summary, I mean, a couple of comments, and I'd be interested to hear from the other commissioners about the balconies on the fourth side elevation versus not. Just a comment about windows. We would need to see evidence that there are some windows that need to be replaced. So you're not going to get a blanket approval to replace any windows that are inoperable. You'll need to come back with type of proof for that. And another general comment. And I think that was it, actually. So that, in summary, those are just my comments.
okay,
Thank you for your explanation.
glad to help.
Thanks, PJ. Commissioners, any other thoughts, questions, concerns, comments? Anyone? The ridge height, David, of the addition is what?
Say that again?
The ridge height of your addition is how tall?
Oh, okay, hold on 1 second and I'll give you that. Oh,
And while you look for that, well, we'll wait for you.
yep. So to the ridge is 38 feet 10 inches.
Jessica Heineman?
This is much easier to respond to questions when you're at home.
Christy, could you go to the rear elevation existing and proposed for me? David, I'm hoping you can just give me a clarification here. If I'm looking at the existing rear elevation, this gable end is existing to remain or it's not? And the reason I'm asking is because on the existing rear elevation, these window locations do not appear to resemble the window locations on the proposed rear elevation.
Yeah, I apologize. I noticed that and I was hoping you wouldn't, but something seems to have shifted before I exported this view, but everything is centered. The newer elevation is the correct one, so I apologize. This one is probably the only slide that didn't change from very early on, and it should have. It just got neglected.
Okay, so the intention is all the existing windows are to remain, and the existing windows are as shown on the proposed elevation?
Correct.
Okay, my next question has to do with the balconies on 4th Street as well. Because I think the roof edge condition on the street elevation, Christy, can you go to the left elevation for me? Is a distinguishing characteristic of the property, although I absolutely appreciate that the balconies programmatically want the skyline view. Would you consider retaining a sliver of the edge of the roof in lieu of the iron railings in that location?
Yeah, I honestly had not even thought about that, but I think that would be an idea.
On the rear elevation facing the alley, I could go either way on it. I've walked to that site and it doesn't feel the same as the street elevation to me, but on the street elevation, I feel like a stronger reading would be to retain the edge, but I do like the balcony location there. The balcony structure on the interior of the lot, the courtyard elevation, Christy? Sorry, the other buildings, this one.
Yes.
Can you talk to me about the balcony structure?
Yeah, that probably does, that's one of those things that when, just to be honest, when I was designing it, I knew it would need to be there because of the height and the lateral bracing required. It probably just needs a little bit more. It does seem to kind of stick out to me when I look at it now. Those angled braces seem a little bit out of character.
Yeah, I feel like the switch to the iron railings was a strong one on the stylistic reading of the adaptive reuse of this, institutional building. And I think a restudy of the balcony structure with that precedent could be a strong move. Christy, could you go to either the right or left elevation? Sorry that I'm having you jump around. So my other comments are, thank you for what you've done with the stained glass windows. I think this is, for me, a much stronger interpretation of the federal guidelines for an adaptive reuse on a project. And I think it's really beautiful. It's stunning. My two questions are, these new tall casement windows that are flanking the stained glass windows, will they also have the stone sill below them?
They are not shown, but yes, we would add those.
Okay, and then the windows that are above the stained glass windows, my question about these is, I understand the need for them, and I'm fine with the window being there as a trade-off for saving the stained glass, to be perfectly honest. This ties into, for me, the directional expression guideline, because so much of this, adaptive reuse institutional building has this tall, slender quality to it. And those windows have that kind of repose type quality to them. And so understanding the necessity of those windows, for me, I would need a shift in the directional expression of those windows. And I know you don't have a lot to work with there, but I would need that to be reconsidered from a directional expression and rhythm standpoint.
Yeah, I think the thing that we need to consider, and it may be the reason why I sized them this way to begin with, because I agree with you that a slender window would be more attractive. If we can meet the egress requirements, and I think the problem was we were getting too close to that. If we went down to a 24-inch window, which would be the minimum width that would be acceptable. Right now it's a 30-inch width. I'm not sure. I'll have to check and see if we can still get the 5.7 square feet of egress required.
Yeah.
I can look into that, but again, that I have a feeling that either one we will have to lose. Right now we have a soldier course header that matches some of the other details on the building, and that we might have to lose that in order to gain the height needed, if that would be acceptable.
May I?
Go ahead.
May I say something whenever you're done, Jessica?
I think, let me just double check. In the last meeting, we had discussed the use of side lights at the entry doors, and I do not remember where that landed. I just had it in my notes from last time. And I was trying to determine how I felt about them now, because there's really a more consistent use of them across the entire project, which to me feels different. On the rear elevation facing the alley, where the side lights are flanking what appears to be a solid wood door, like a 5-panel door, they feel like an appropriate use to me. On the interior courtyard elevation, where they're flanking a glass patio door, it doesn't feel quite the same. And so I was hoping the commission could discuss that. And the only other note I had was we need, on the existing drawings, demolition hatches.
Gotcha.
But thank you for the windows. Thank you for the stained glass windows.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Any other Christy, you wanted to make a comment, or?
The only comment was about this courtyard elevation, and aligning the header heights maybe might help what Jessica's talking about, or even, Jessica, I wanted to ask your opinion on a top sash only that was more of a casement situation, rather than these two double hungs that we don't have paired windows anywhere on here. So that might be throwing off your directional expression. And if you could talk to that at all.
Yeah, so Christy, I think that's really astute. I personally, I don't feel a need to align with the headers to the right of the field of stained glass windows. To me, the historic reading of this is very clearly that the stained glass defines the sanctuary and the non-stained glass defines, you know, the quote unquote back of house, right? And so I think that it could be it could be a strong reading to push them up higher towards the eave line there. I know it's not describing that exactly right, but I don't really feel like the alignment is necessary. It is the paired window that is striking me, and I almost wanted to ask for a single instead of a pair. I realize it can meet the egress. I think we need to be at a 28-inch for the egress, but I think a single window might be a stronger rhythm and directional expression choice. And I guess my hope is that balcony on the other side is is making up for the loss of light from going to a single window.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Christy? Okay. Commissioners, anyone else have questions before we close for deliberation? All right. Let's close. Okay, thoughts? Let's, if you want, look at why this application was continued. It was continued for 414, number 1, retain and preserve windows. Where do we stand on that? Commissioner Barth?
As far as your can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, as far as your question, I feel like they've made a valiant effort, and especially on the stained glass windows, trying to preserve them, as well as the existing windows on the rest of the church or building. I have a question for other commissioners on how they feel about divided light windows next to the stained glass windows and in relation to the stained glass windows. For example, the two adjacent windows as well as the one above, whatever that may be, assuming that may change in the future.
I will say that the windows adjacent to the stained glass, that feels right. The windows adjacent to the stained glass along with the windows above it feels, to Jessica's point, it feels like the rhythm is disrupted that way. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm just kind of concerned that the stained glass windows are, and I don't want to harp on this because I think they have desire for egress 1 and 2 to get light into these new units. My concern is that having a more detailed window in proximity to these stained glass windows potentially takes away from the character and the nature of the stained glass itself. So I don't know whether like a single light panels may be more acceptable or not. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen this. I like it, but I haven't seen this instance to sort of provide a full accurate evaluation on how that might look.
Okay. Anyone want to speak to Commissioner Barth's concerns about the windows?
This is Jessica. I think it's a really astute comment. The stained glass windows really are the story of the whole project, and this intervention with the stained glass windows, I think, is successful. But it's a very grand intervention, right? On the scale of the institutional quality of this building. So I wonder if something with fewer SDLs or no SDLs might honor the integrity of the windows. I do think this is a valiant and successful strategy for saving the windows, and clever, not one I would have thought of, and I'm happy with that.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this point?
Just kind of a comment. I mean, if they're going to have to rip out a bunch of brick to install those new windows, is it going to be difficult, even possible, to preserve the stained glass windows?
I think that's a great question. Did you all hear PJ?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Candace is running the WebEx, so as our Mason, she can't answer that. But there is space between the stained glass windows and the tall sidelight windows. And there's a church on Parkwood Avenue that they're doing something very similar right now. And from all appearances, it looks like it can be done. But without Candace here to say for sure, I would have to lean on the architects.
Okay. All right. Commissioner.
TJ, in my experience,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonaparte, you were saying something, and then we'll circle back to you, Commissioner Heineman.
No, I was just saying that that's a great point given how close they are. And so I am curious as to how difficult that might be as well. And then to what Chris mentioned, this whole time I've been imagining the stained glass windows, but I did not really factor in how the windows that flank both sides, that they will be, they have divided light and that they won't be stained glass, of course. And so I am curious to, as to, the architects that, you guys that can more so speak to the design, if it would in fact look more appropriate that it's a single light window that's on the side of the stained glass versus the divided light.
So it's not to distract or detract from this glass. Yeah. So Commissioner Heineman, what are your thoughts on that? What did you want to add?
I was going to jump back to the question about, I think it was PJ's question about the safety and preservation of the stained glass windows. And I had two parts really to my answer. Christy, I'm going to go check out the church on Parkwood that you're mentioning. In my experience with windows, I've not worked with windows of this scale or historic significance before, but the GCs that I work with would secure and stabilize both sides of the windows with like a heavy grade, 5-ply plywood or something, to stabilize it as like a diaphragm unit so that the glass wouldn't be compromised during construction. My question would be this sliver between the stained glass window and the tall casement window. I don't think it's not going to look right if it's a sliver of brick. And so I think we probably need a detail on what that is, if that's trim. The stained glass and these two sidelights are going to, if that space is bordering on, 8 to 12 inches, they're going to start to look like one single unit. And then I think the onus really is on those, the new tall windows, the new slender tall windows, not detracting from the original stained glass, which I think can be done and I think can be done well. But I do question whether the sidelights in this particular window is the right
way to go. Okay.
I meant to say the SDLs, not the sidelights.
We move on now to repair existing original windows 414 number 2. That's what they're doing. It's, they did say that they would, if there are any windows that are beyond repair, adjacent to any other wooden windows, they would replace those with wooden windows. So it speaks to that. Any other thoughts about that particular point?
I mean, I think they need to come back to us with which windows need to be replaced, right? So I don't think we should include any type of blanket statement that says, replace these windows, as you see fit because they're inoperable.
Yeah, I think this reminds me of a project in Wilmore where we had a commercial project where we had them come back and say, these are the windows that need to be replaced. This is how we're going to make them look like the current windows. So that would be something we want. Any other thoughts about that point? What about replace window features only when beyond repair? That speaks to that, right? And then avoid adding or changing window openings. They are changing some of the fenestration. So thoughts?
It would seem as if the majority of those are either frame openings that have been bricked up or adding windows to secure proper egress to accommodate new use of the building. So it would seem as if that's a reasonable, our approach has been reasonable as far as window replacement go, or new windows.
All right. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? Okay, so they're speaking to that. And then the Secretary of the Interior Standards, which is that the change that we want minimal changes made to the defining characteristics of the home, of the place. So that would be the stained glass, that would be the archways, that would be the main facade. Actually, that would be 4th Street also. So we should probably talk about the balconies on the 4th Street elevation. All right, Commissioner Barth.
I have a separate comment if we're okay to move on. For the addition, I think it was Jessica or somebody that brought up the point of the wood, or what appeared to be a wooden balcony attached to that in the courtyard section. Can you go to that elevation, Christy? And I apologize if I'm being redundant here, but I think what would probably be preferred there is this reads more of a residential type of construction with the K bracing and what appears to be wooden posts. I would explore something more commercial in nature, like fire escape type looking construction with possibly some metal elements. That would just be my recommendation there. And then I agree with Jessica's comment about maintaining the roof line on the 4th Street elevation. I think that's absolutely imperative, and it probably will have greater impact on that one elevation if you don't do that. So I would just strongly suggest that they move forward and explore that further.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to do a little round robin to see where we stand now that we've gone through why this application was continued. So Commissioner Hayden, what are your thoughts on this?
By and large, I think it's a significant step forward. I do have a couple of concerns about the graphics being consistent and what's being shown. For example, on the I guess courtyard elevation of the church, there's a stone sill to the stained glass windows. You look on the proposed elevation, that's not there. I'm assuming that perhaps is a graphic that just simply didn't make the transfer, but to me, the stone elements are also part of the defining architectural expression and need to be retained, and hopefully that's the case. It is on the other side staying. I just want to make sure it's staying on this side. And we also had the discussion about the window placements on the rear elevation, existing not being supposedly what's actually there, and what's shown on the proposed rear elevation is supposedly what's actually there. I want to make sure that we've got one of these things is right, and the one that's right is the one that's proposed. And I just want to make sure that that's absolutely the case. So With that said, I don't want to see the rear elevation not being correct, because to me, it looks like you've moved all the windows. And with that said, and with what I've just noted about the courtyard elevation and the stone sills, I want to make sure that everything that's staying existing is shown on the drawings correctly.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Henningsen?
Thank you. I would like to have more of a discussion on the balconies on the 4th Street side.
Okay, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, so what's everyone's feelings on the balconies on the 4th Street side? I mean, my initial hangup is it's a major change to the roof line on a highly visible elevation of the building. So I understand why. I mean, who doesn't want a city view? But I'm just thinking if it's a highly visible side, I'm kind of torn. I'm extremely torn, right? Because I feel like we're adding, I don't want to use the word clutter, but we're adding more and more features that detract away from the dominant feature on that elevation, and that's the stained glass windows. We're adding more windows that flank the windows. We're adding balconies. So when you look at this building, you're not going to see we're not maintaining that visual of the stained glass windows. There's just a lot of stuff detracting from it. So I'm curious what everyone else's thoughts and feelings are.
Well, I'll say that I think that all of those points speak to the reason it was continued last time. One of the reasons, which is we need to maintain the distinctive character of the building. And I think that those things don't do that. What do you think about that, Commissioner Heineman?
So I'm going back and forth about it because, I've spent a lot of time on this site once with you, and I was really pleasantly surprised at how strongly I reacted to this actually feeling like a great programmatic adaptive reuse in this location. And in that regard, and when I look at the photographs of the existing conditions along 4th Street, it appears to me that if the edge of the roof condition was retained up to the point of the code requirement for a guardrail, that there would still be a significant balcony, but you really would not have an awareness of it from the pedestrian or car perspective because of the actual angles of sight. This is the one I'm looking at, actually, the one that says 4th Street side on the left. That the actual angle in the sight line is such that if the edge of the roof was kept up to the guardrail rule, then I think that you really would not have an awareness except for these, kind of what probably appear to be little black holes in the roof if you're really looking hard for them. So in that regard, based on my experience, the experiential quality of walking the site and how strong it felt for this residential adaptive reuse, and how effective I think that sliver up to the guardrail height would be, I am perfectly fine with it. I do feel like the applicant offered that the balconies could be on the other side. They're just preferable on this side. So that's probably up for discussion. In my experience working in multifamily uptown, one of my more surprising site visits in a high rise that we did uptown was that the views out towards away from the uptown were actually far more pleasant than the ones towards uptown. I was shocked. So I think there is something to be said for that too. If the balconies were on the other side, they would be spectacular balconies. But I personally do not have a problem with them being on the 4th Street side because I think we can do it really well.
I have a hard time with the 4th Street side elevation getting balconies because I think that it does go against what we said about maintaining the historic characteristic, the distinctive characteristic of the building. I completely get why it would be attractive to have it there, but I don't think that it comes close to meeting our guidelines. What about you, Commissioner Lineberger? What are your thoughts? Are you there? Why don't we skip over to
I'm sorry. I had trouble unmuting. I really see both sides of this with I'm struggling with that 4th Street elevation as well with the balconies. I see Jessica's point that it will be difficult to see those from the street and from the street elevation or being on the street. But I struggle with it when I see the elevation and I see that roof line just interrupted. So I'd love to see an approach that saves that edge that we've been discussing. And I do think I would like to see what it would look like on the other side if they were flipped to the courtyard side, if that would make a difference. Do you just want me to weigh in? I had some other comments.
Yes, please. Sure.
I agree that there's a concern about those new windows flanking the stained glass windows. I love keeping the stained glass windows. I know that was a big point that we made initially back in the spring. I agree with the concern that new window, number one, if it would compromise the stained glass windows in any way, and what that detail looks like. I'm anxious to see that. Also concerned about the double hung, the double windows above, and I'd love to see an additional approach to that to see how that could be different and be more reflective of the rest of the windows on the single windows on the rest of the building.
That's great feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah. What about you, Commissioner Barth?
I'm going to have to agree with Jessica a little bit, or a lot of bit. I think and we need to see it obviously, but I think if they maintain the eave line and bring the roof plane up to where, like she said, railing height, and create a parapet there aligned with the roof line, I mean, those balconies will, just basically be voids inside that roof plane. And, I guess you could sort of look at it as a change that could be reversed, as in you're just replacing rafters and that sort of thing. Especially since, from the street view, you're not really going to see it that much. And really, it makes these, what are these, condo units or something? It makes them more of a viable option for sale to have that I guess third story available to each unit. And there was something else, but it's slipping my mind right now.
Okay.
Anyway, that would be my comment about the balconies.
Commissioner Barth, anything to add?
No, nothing really new to add. I would be, now that Jessica and Chris have brought up the how the roof line is, or bringing the roof line back into play for where the balconies are, I would like to see that. But being that you won't really see it from the street, or seemingly from the views that I see, I'm not as I don't really have a strong opinion about that, since you can't see it from the street. And of course, with the windows, any of the windows that need to be replaced, certain or proof of that. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. It sounds like this is shaping up to be a continuation. Anyone, PJ, you've been typing feverishly. You want to take a crack at it?
Yeah, and I just had another comment though. I mentioned this in the beginning with the rear elevation. I don't think we should add the additional brick detail on that rear elevation as well.
Okay.
I'm not sure if any on the commission has any other thoughts on that.
Well, why don't you put that in your motion and then we can float it and see what they think.
And may I just say one thing? You all will have to make a decision on this case next month. So I would just like to say for the applicant's benefit that these feel like details that need to be worked out rather than super massive changes, and that it's on the right direction based on my observations from the conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
agree. I feel like we are on the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to have some comments on the motion. I'll start off first with the main church building and then some minor comments on the addition. So I want to make first off, I want to make a motion to continue this application with feedback. Windows, per guidelines 4.14, numbers 1, 2, and 3, do not replace original windows, and we will need approval for any windows that are inoperable and are proposed to be replaced. With the casement windows that are flanking these stained glass windows, a restudy on the light pattern and add stone detail underneath the window. For the double hung windows that are above the stained glass windows, align header heights with the other double hung windows and change from a paired window to a single window. Provide a window protection plan for the stained glass windows and provide more detail on the space that's between the casement window and the stained glass window. From a roof perspective, perform a restudy on the balcony location and also retain a portion of the original roof line near the railing. On the rear elevation, do not add any brick pilaster detail. Moving on to the other building, restudy the balcony structure, specifically the angle braces are out of character. Done.
Do you want to add some of the comments about HVAC and trash?
Friendly amendment to add to the site plan the locations of the HVAC, the trash, as well as screening information. Yes.
And maybe to Jim's point that the new drawings need to accurately reflect the details on the original building that are to remain.
And yes, the drawings need to accurately reflect the details on the original building, as well as what's being proposed,
Okay. So you all have heard the motion made by Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Heineman?
PJ, can I offer some friendly amendments?
Please.
I would say your first point on 4.14 and do not replace original windows. I think for the purposes of us only having one more month on this application, I would prefer if we essentially remove that from this discussion and say per 4.14, do not replace any original windows, and know that the applicant can come in under a separate application later, but that doesn't need to be something that prevents us from reviewing this project now.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
My next note is the paired windows above the stained glass. I agree with the intuition to go from a paired window to a single window based on the rhythm of this project and the directional expression of this project. The applicant's going to need a little bit of leeway in accomplishing the egress in that window. And so I think we may need to let go of the idea of the headers aligning. And honestly, I'm not sure that it's really that important since there's such a clear delineation between sort of the original sacred space and the subsidiary spaces. So I would remove the header alignment from that one. On the balconies, when they're restudying it, I would offer that they have a 3D model that they're showing to us in a bird's eye view. And if they'd like to make the case for the 4th Street balconies with this sliver of roof, they could adjust their camera views on their 3D models to be they could measure the distance for the sidewalk across the street and adjust their camera views so we had a really true depiction of what those balconies are on an experiential level. And Chris had a note in the chat about the limestone crest at the front that felt really important to me, but I'm going to let him elaborate on that.
Hey, I apologize for just bringing this up. This is something I just noticed in looking in Street View, and I know it's obviously it's going to a different use. This building is at least, but I think its historic past is worth maintaining and noting here, it being a converted church. And I don't know if this is a question for the applicant, but I would hope that they're probably going to keep that cross on the front. I don't know if we need to open it or not.
We can. They said that the front facade is staying the same, but we'll open it up. David,
Yeah.
are you keeping the cross?
Yes, there was no intention on eliminating the cross.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
All right, closing.
So I think this goes back to I think Jim's comment about accurate existing conditions reflected in the drawings.
Okay. We'll let PJ finish typing this up. Any other friendly amendments or things to consider, discussion surrounding the motion? Okay. PJ, when you're ready.
Yeah, let me restate. I think I'll get it. I think I'll have everything. All right. Make a motion to continue this application for the following. Windows do not replace original windows per guidelines 4.14, number 1, 2, 3. Add a stone casing. Add stone casing around the casement windows that flank the stained glass. For the windows above the stained glass windows, restudy the windows to move from a paired window to a single. Provide a window protection plan for the stained glass windows. Provide more detail on the space between these stained glass windows and the side lights. There was also a restudy on the side lights that flanked the stained glass windows, a restudy of the light pattern. Roof, restudy the balcony location and retain a portion of the original roof near the railing. Include a 3-dimensional model with views from the street. On the rear elevation, do not add the brick pilaster detail. On the new construction, restudy the balcony structure, specifically that the angle braces are out of character. On the site plan, add the HVAC locations of the trash and any screening detail. And the drawings need to accurately reflect the original building and what's being proposed.
All right, you guys heard that? So
Second.
Seconded by Jim. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 7-0 to continue. Thank you, David. Thanks for all your hard work. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so we are moving on. I do have to ask if we could grab our food. Well, yeah. Okay, so 2 minutes to grab our food. We haven't eaten here, guys, so.
We are going to, Candace, if you would line up Mr. Kevin Brown and make sure he's all set up.
Yes, thank you.
So are we taking a quick break?
Like 30 seconds. Just give us 30 seconds.
All right.
Kevin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're ready, Christy. Thank you.
Yes, that's better. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. I would just like to remind all the commissioners, do not use the chat function. That is considered ex parte communication, and it has been disabled on your end. But if for some reason you find a workaround, please do not use it. Thank you. Ready? Okay.
Yes.
All right, the next case is 1547 Merriman Avenue. This was continued from March. It's a replacement window request, and the request was for additional information documenting the existing conditions of all the windows. And Kevin, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. Kevin, would you please state your name and your address for the court reporter?
Kevin Brown, the address for the home.
Your address.
Oh,
Or business address.
36 West 8th Street.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin, so I have the slideshow up. We're currently looking at the front elevation. I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the project in a little more detail, and then just let me know as you want me to flip through the slides.
Okay, as you can see, I've had several people go out, and I've received several additional letters in reference to people coming out to look at those windows, and everyone has said that these windows are beyond repair. You see, these are all the windows, the side, the front. They're all broken. The glass panes. I mean, the windows are beyond repair. I've had someone, the repair shop, who's listed as one of the, I guess, the vendors with the HDC committee. He's also submitted one from the previous meeting. One of the contractors who work on repairing windows. And these are the close-ups, as you can see from the previous picture right here. As you can see, a nail, you see, pushed right through. So, I mean, this is just the status of all the windows, because the house was neglected for years, and there has not been any work done at this house besides mold and everything else. It's just rotted. And I've had, like, even from the Pella company, they came out. I tried to see if they can take a look at possibly repairing the windows. They sent out their people, and they said they can't. Like I said, I went through every extreme that I can go through. As far as anyone, no one says they can't touch it because they can't do anything with it. So this is where we're at. And I know you wanted the close-up pictures, and those are the close-up ones, as you can see.
And Kevin also included a presentation from a house down the street that had been approved for window replacement. you want to
It's
talk through?
And as you can see, that house, clearly the windows were not as damaged as the one that on this house. So I submitted that from a previous approval that you all approved for replacement windows. And this house doesn't even have compare as far as the windows. They're not as bad a shape as the one that we're trying to replace. It's in worse condition than this house.
Thank you. Anything else you want to add?
That's pretty much it. Like I said, I mean, at this point, this is what we're stuck with as far as the windows. And like I said, I've went through three different avenues and been turned down several contractors to try to repair these windows, and all of them same answer: they cannot be repaired.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Awesome.
Okay, PJ?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Just a couple of comments. I mean, Lowe's and Pella, I mean, their job is to sell windows. So I don't know how much credibility I put on a window salesman to give an accurate opinion onto which windows can be restored. I know there are companies out there that, like Double Hung as an example, that specialize in window restoration. I mean, just looking at these pictures, what I see is I see paint that's flaking off. I see glazing that needs to be fixed, and I see some broken panes. I'm not seeing wholesale windows that are completely rotted and beyond repair.
Well, if you touch it, I can tell you, if you touch it, I mean, just like I said, if you push it, it's going to fall apart. Well, it falls apart. As you can see, there's nails that I showed you in there. It's pushed right through. So it is what it is. I mean, as far as like you're saying that there's companies, like I said, I even contacted from the previous meeting. I had the guy to come out, which he wrote which he came out there and he repairs a lot of the windows in the Wilmore area. And he wrote the statement from the previous meeting saying these windows cannot be repaired. They're beyond repair. I mean, I like I said, Lowe's and what I asked them to do, trust me, we don't really necessarily want to go through that extreme expense as far as replacing them, because there's not going to be cheap as far as replacing it. But also, like I said, there's nothing you can do with the window. I mean, other than you're going to break down a whole window just to say you're fixing a window that's not really going to be fixed. It's going to be a new window. Because you can't, it's just like you have a rotted piece of wood. You're not going to replace that wood on top of rot. It's just not, it's going to fall apart, which is, it's rotted.
Okay. So Commissioner Barth, please.
I was basically gonna say what PJ mentioned. I don't know I don't think I was here for the March meeting when this was presented last, so I don't know if we gave the applicant any appropriate restoration folks to go to. I don't know the credentials of this person that he did mention, which I have no doubt that they're probably reputable. My one question is, what's your reasoning for switching to clad versus replacing wood for wood?
Yes.
And
Yes.
do you have a reason for going to clad versus replacing these windows with wood?
That was just one of the recommendations that I asked the historical division. I asked them what windows can you replace it with, and that's the only reason why.
Okay.
They said that's the one that they've approved before.
Okay. And Christy, in our history in replacement windows, do we often provide certain reasoning for doing that and going to a clad product versus replacing with wood?
So the Pella window that's been proposed, to my knowledge, has not been approved by the commission. But I don't really have an answer for you, Chris.
Yeah, I think
Would or I think that you have approved clad when it's a total window replacement. But that's of course y'all's purview.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Pella's line, I would think that we would probably want a Architect Series level, Architect Reserve Series level product, just so we have accurate sight lines and historic looking windows. Other than that, I just didn't know whether there was any reason why we would approve clad versus wood replacement, but it sounds like if the commission deems that these windows are not salvageable, then a clad might be an option.
Okay. Any other questions of Kevin, commissioners? Okay. Well, we will close for deliberation. Thoughts, comments, motions? Anyone? Chris, why don't you speak to it? You had some comments. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm no window replacement expert. I would love to hear Double Hung's opinion on the ability to repair and fix these windows. I agree with PJ's comments that, you know, Pella and Lowe's are there to sell windows, so of course they're going to be biased in saying that they need to be replaced. I probably want to see a different product if they do have to replace the windows. I mean, that's just kind of where I stand. I think this, you know, for me, this is shaping up to be a continuous, just, you know, I think they have accurately produced pictures and showing some evidence, but I want to see the research done to prove that these are in fact completely non-fixable.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. PJ, you had some thoughts earlier.
I mean, I've had Double Hung replace 15 windows in a house, and the windows look, I mean, from here, looking at the screen, looking at the pictures, look to me in similar conditions, right? So, I mean, I feel strongly that these windows should be retained. I feel strongly that these windows can be repaired and replaced. And I feel strongly that Pella and Lowe's aren't going to give us an accurate assessment as to, you know, what can or cannot be replaced. So my vote would, my recommendation would be if we want to move to a continuation, the only reason I would continue it would be to have Double Hung or another reputable company like Double Hung perform their assessment on what can and cannot be repaired.
Well, your recommendation sounds like a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for a reputable company like a Double Hung, doesn't have to be Double Hung, to provide an assessment on all windows to determine which ones can be repaired and which ones need to be replaced.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
Question for clarification.
Sure.
It can be a contractor too, familiar with historic buildings, because my most recent estimates from Double Hung are they are 10 weeks out from making site visits. So I would not want to require a specific, especially as the city, we cannot one contractor over the other.
Like a Double Hung.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I was actually along the same lines of what Christy was saying. Most of the contractors that I work with, and I do work primarily on historic buildings, do their own window restoration. And so I think that the way the motion is stated really has to do more with the inverse of it not being a conflict of interest and the assessment not coming from someone who's motivated to sell replacement windows. So I think really anyone who specializes in window restoration would be, credentialed to weigh in on whether the windows can be restored or not.
Okay, perfect. So PJ, you want to restate it?
And it sounds like, Christy, you have a pool of resources that you could recommend to the gentleman, maybe? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the applicant to find a reputable company / contractor to evaluate all windows on a case-by-case basis to determine which ones can be repaired versus replaced.
Chris, still seconded by you?
Yes, second.
Okay. All right. So let's take a vote then on this. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
and Commissioner Parati, yes. So 7-0 to continue. Thank you, Kevin. All right, so we're moving on to the next one, which is 1911 South Mint Street. This is a continuation from July.
Angie, are you there?
Can.
Angie, have you been sworn in?
Oh, hang on. I gotta go, babe. No, I have not, but I did when everybody else did.
So you were sworn in at the very beginning of
I
the meeting?
raised my hand when everyone else did.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, we need a clear answer. Did you say I do at the beginning of the meeting when Kim swore in everybody?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next application is 1911 South Mint Street. It was continued for a very specific detail on the front, which is changes to windows to a column panel detail that extends around the front, left, and right side of the porch only. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to you, Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, 925 Pine Forest Road, Charlotte, 28214.
Angie, I'm on slide 111. Is that a good starting place for you?
Actually, could you start with the photo page? I'm not sure exactly. There you go.
Go. Slide
So
107.
107. So since our last meeting, my client actually removed the awnings, which we were allowed to do based on the original certificate of appropriateness, and discovered that the awning on the side actually had collapsed because it was rusted. So, and you see on the bottom right, there is evidence of where that awning was. It also gave us a better view of what windows were there. Also, the detailing on the corner boards of this infilled porch. And you can see, if you were to zoom in on that center photograph, you can see that it was not an original. Yeah, Christy, you've got it right there. You're pointing on the second photo on slide 107. So we were asked to restudy the fenestration patterns, to revisit the front porch column and trim details that we had submitted in the July meeting. And the comments, I believe, were to use a column panel language with no casing between the windows, or minimal casing or trim between the windows, and create possibly a panel or a wall at rail height or lower than rail height. So if you go to slide 108, you can see our original February submission in the upper left-hand corner of slide 108, where we had tall casement windows, but there was a misalignment of balance of the fenestration. So in July, we, for this meeting, I'm sorry, for this submission, came up with 3 different options. One was to consider double hung windows, but using a panel system on the right, because that is actually a closet, and you can see that vertical dashed line indicating where there is a closet internally, or use a language of 2 columns, and which is option number 1, bottom right corner of slide 108, where it would have full view casement windows, a panel system on the right, and panel below the windows, and panel below the panel. Also went to option number 2, which showed 3 bays and the 4-column language in lieu of just trim between the windows. So slide 109 shows it from the side view at the front door, and then slide 110 is no change. That's the rear. Slide 111 is the left elevation. And I believe option 1 and option 2 are extremely similar, except for the language of an added column towards the house. So bottom left photo of right there. Correct. Thank you, Christy. You're pointing to the bottom left of slide 111. I believe that's it. So our preferred option obviously is option number 1, but we wanted to do the fenestration option of double hungs, which are double hung on the house, although this is a different type of function, as a porch, which is actually a heated and cooled room. And then 2 columns versus 3 columns, or 4 columns across the front.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right, commissioners, questions of Ms. Angie? Any questions before moving to deliberation?
Angie, can you again restate your preferred option?
Our preferred option is option number 1, where there are corner simulated columns, and that is done in trim, and then very little trim between the windows, just enough to have some structure, and then the full view casement windows with a panel below. And if you were to divide it, it was 3 equal proportions. That would be our preferred option. It seems like the house is not fussy, and I think to introduce 4 columns across the front just gives it more of a colonial look, and this is not really a colonial style home.
Angie, you're talking slide 108, the bottom right exhibit.
Correct, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Commissioner Hayden.
As I look at this, the three segments, the 2 on the left and the center are the same. The one to the right is different. It appears as if there's a different dimension of what's happening between the two window panels. Is that correct? Is there an extra detail in there or extra element? Because I just looked at it with my magnifying glass. It does look like there's an extra line in there. And is that intentional or is it a mistake or what?
So, thank you for asking that. It's actually a panel and not glass. So there is going to be a slight difference in securing that panel versus having just the window sash around the glass. But it's, I mean, ever so slight. We're probably 3/4 of an inch.
It would seem as if it's a little more than that, but I bring it up. I'll defer to how the architects respond to that differentiation. Thank you, Angie.
Okay, any other questions of Angie before we go into deliberate? Yes, PJ.
Angie, just a question for you on option 3 with the double hungs. Why did you elect not to do double hungs where the closet is?
Because the wall would be like right in the middle of the window, like on the glass. Because that's an existing wall internally.
Got it. Okay.
And I believe, if I may, Jessica had suggested using a paneled system last time, last meeting. And we just, you know, interpreted that to create that panel in equal thirds. So using a panel there was the best option and created the almost identical size as a casement window.
And on options 1 and 2, where the closet is, that wall is, I guess, behind the middle of the casement. Is that how? So Christy, will you move your? Oh, yeah, okay. I see it. Okay.
And can I just add one more thing? So by adding those intermediate columns, it actually gave me less glass and more framing, which is, I think, the opposite of what we really wanted to do, was to almost have it seamless. And that's why preferred option number 1 gives it a more seamless interruption.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's close for deliberation. Thoughts, comments, questions? Commissioner Heineman.
My only comment is that I feel the applicant's been really responsive to our feedback in the previous meetings. This is a really complicated situation on this house, and in an effort to reduce the existing nonconformance on this porch, I think they've shown us a lot of options. I think that all 3 of these options are not incongruous with our guidelines, and the guidelines that I would cite are the federal guidelines for differentiating. I'm looking for it. Differentiating the different age events on this historic house. So I think all 3 of them work. My personal feedback on it is consistent with the applicants in that a porch of this configuration, this massing, this scale on a house with this stylistic quality really probably would have a clear span and doesn't need those interior columns. That does lend a classical and formal nature to the porch that would not exist if this porch was an open porch on this style of house.
Commissioner Heineman, it sounds like you just made a motion. Does anyone else have anything that they want to add or any thoughts that they want to share? Because if not, we'll move with Commissioner Heineman's motion.
Do we feel like these windows need to have divided light?
We gave the option last time, I believe, of the double hung or the case, just single casement.
Right. That being said, I think I'd agree with Jessica's comments. I think option one works just fine.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a motion and a second. Right.
Given current events, I'm highly sensitive to making a motion under these circumstances. Can the city attorney weigh in on that?
She's
Andrea's out of the office, but I feel comfortable with you making a motion, Jessica. And I think it was a great motion.
And it speaks to our guidelines.
Okay, so
yeah.
So I move to approve this application as drawn, based on the fact that it is not incongruous and complies with the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines number 9 and 10.
And Commissioner Barth, do I hear a second?
You do. Second.
All right, any discussion about the motion before we vote? Okay, round robin. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 7-0. Let's go back. Commissioner Henningsen,
Mike's on. Yes.
7-0. Thank you, Angie.
Madam Chairwoman, we have 2 callers that have joined the meeting, and I'm going to ask Candace to take them off of mute so we can identify if they are here for the next case.
Okay, perfect.
Candace?
Yes, can the 2 callers identify yourselves, please?
James Scruggs.
Thank you.
And who's the other caller?
We have a second caller. Can you identify yourself?
Second caller, will you please identify yourself? You're on mute.
Caller in user 7, you're off mute. Can you identify yourself?
Should we move on and come back?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the next. Mr. Scruggs is the next one. Right, yeah. Mr. Scruggs, have you taken the oath?
I have not.
Okay, if you will, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who joined the meeting since the beginning has not been sworn in?
Yeah, this is Dennis Rory. I couldn't unmute the mic earlier.
Okay. Dennis, do you affirm?
Dennis, do you affirm
Yes.
that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we are moving on to case number 6601, West Kingston, for the Kingston Townhomes with Mr. Scruggs.
And before we get started, I just wanted to ask, we have James Scruggs on the telephone and we have Dennis Rory also joining us via WebEx. Is there anyone else on the call for this particular case?
Charles McClure, I just texted him and let him know he's going to be probably calling in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and then my my contractor should be calling in as well. So in case you guys have any questions to them, I just text Charles. Charles said when we up, just to shoot him a text, and he was going to call in as well. And then my contractor, he should be calling in the next 2 to 5 minutes as well.
Okay, well, when they call in, wait,
If I notice any callers, Christy, I can notify you.
Candace, is Stephen Overcash on the line?
Yes, he is.
Okay, yes, I think that's smart.
Okay, so what we'll do, Mr. Scruggs, is we'll wait until the rest of your party arrives. And then we'll move on to the, in the meantime, to the next case and then circle back around to you. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to then move on to case number 7, 215 East Worthington Avenue.
Stephen, are you with us? Candace?
Christy, he's listed in our list of panelists. I'm not sure if
Is he on
able
mute?
to hear us. No, he is not.
Should we move on?
Is Brian Lapointe on the call, Candace?
What? No,
Okay. Do you want?
not yet.
Can you, Candace, would you please chat with Stephen and let him know that he is up?
Christy, you want to take a 5-minute?
I will chat, yes.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we'll go back to Mr. Scruggs and hopefully the rest of his team will be here. Okay? 5 minutes.
Candace, are we
Yes.
unmuted?
Yes.
I received confirmation that James Scruggs' team's all here. So I'm sorry, Kim, but one more time on the affirmation.
Okay. So for those who have just joined the meeting, please raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So team, we're going back to Mr. Scruggs's application for 601 West Kingston, the Kingston Townhomes.
Okay. This was continued from last month for a mock-up detail on the existing brick building above the first floor window and porch entry area. And the point was to show what the stucco would look like in place. And the applicant has done this, and they have provided various pictures showing the details. And at this point, James, I'll turn it over to you if there's anything else you want to add or explain about the photos.
I personally don't have anything that I want to explain for the photos. I hope everybody got a chance to see it in person, and got to see exactly what it would look like. But I personally don't have anything to explain, in regards to the actual photos itself. I don't know, Charles, if you have anything you want to add, or you just want to be there more to answer questions for the board.
I'm willing to answer any questions that they may have.
All right, so commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Going once?
I'll step in here. This is Commissioner Hayden. I was the one who kind of insisted that this take place. And I do think it looks a heck of a lot better without the tape and the plastic. The reality of it right now looks pretty good. So if everybody else is comfortable, I have lost my issues.
Okay.
I just had one question. I know last time there's a lot of conversation about flashing, what was going to be done to prevent water from getting behind it. So, Mr. Scruggs, could you or someone from your team just provide a little more detail about how it's flashed? What do you do to prevent water from getting behind there, et cetera?
Javier, do you want to talk to that, or Charles? Either one. I mean, either one of you guys can speak to it.
I can speak to it, and then Javier can chip in if he'd like. The plaster applied directly to the brick would not require flashing. I mean, this is something that's done a lot, something that's been done historically. Anecdotally, I mean, we're working on a 1910 bank building in Kershaw, South Carolina. Stucco's been applied to that brick since the beginning, and it's still in good shape. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. It's not going to require flashing at that band.
We also, I don't know if you guys saw on top where the stucco meets the brick, we applied caulking there so water won't go through that where the stucco meets the brick. So I agree with Charles.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the applicant before we close? Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, just one thing, and I think Chris Murin, I don't know if he's present, had more expertise and comments regarding the actual assembly of this. I would think that flashing in place of caulking would be better, just because it's more of a permanent situation. I know, caulk deteriorates over time. Other than that, I think this looks great. If I'm not mistaken, there were some comments before about the parapet and whether those details or simulated limestone details were going to be incorporated into the or being required to be incorporated into the stucco detailing as well.
Is that a question you have for the applicant?
It's mostly a question for, out in the open for our commissioners as well. Yeah. Yeah. And I guess for the applicant as well, are we still proposing that we do the parapet details as drawn on the elevations, proposed elevations?
Mr.
Yeah,
Scruggs?
Charles, we're not changing anything based on what we designed, right? It's going to be all the same exact details, correct?
That's
Yeah,
the
the
intent.
detailing, the detailing would be the same in terms of the aesthetic. Certainly, it's going to be stucco now instead of
EPIS.
the GFRC.
Okay. Is that good for you, Commissioner Barth? Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? Okay. So we're closing for deliberation. This looks fantastic, and it looks great in person. As far as the functionality of it, we don't have Chris Murin here. It would be good if anyone had any thoughts that they'd like to share.
I think you're hearing from professionals, and there comes a point when you might just need to take what they're saying.
That's why Mr. Scruggs brought them. Okay, so I cannot make a motion. Anyone have any thoughts that can turn into a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented in the mock-up, and that these details and this material will be used anywhere the GFRC is shown on the approved drawings.
Okay. Anyone want to second that motion?
Friendly amendment. I think we should definitely put in the motion, Jim, that the stucco will recreate the original detail that was in the approved plans.
Accepted.
Second?
Second?
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's do a little round robin. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, aye, 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Scruggs.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are moving on to number 7, application number 7, 215 East Worthington Avenue.
Hey, Christy, it's Stephen Overcash.
We can hear you, Stephen. Hi.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We don't have any audio. We're having trouble with our camera, but I can talk and
Great.
answer your question.
Were you
All right.
were you sworn in earlier? Did you say I do and everyone else did?
I was not.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Overcash, will you raise your right hand and respond, I do, please, sir? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is 215 East Worthington. It was continued from the last meeting for a sample or photos of the planter being proposed, including colors, and a list of all the plant material. At this point, the applicant has provided all of that information, and I will turn it, Stephen, I'm going to turn it over to you if you'd like to give any more explanation on the selected plants and the planters.
Okay, you've got a picture there. That's exactly what it looks like. You saw the color chart. There's about 8 or 10 samples, white, textured off-white, all the way through grays. We're proposing a textured off-white. Has a nice grainy texture. I thought we were going to have to do this in person. We could pass the samples around. I didn't know it was going to be virtual. But that is the, what you're seeing there is the planter that we want to use in a textured white. We feel like that's appropriate. The building's going to be white. The building is very boxy. It's very almost contemporary feel, even though it's an old building. And we felt that the boxiness and the texture of this planter was appropriate. And you saw the submittal that we sent for the proposed landscaping that we wanted to use. It stays evergreen. We went to and got an expert to make some recommendations. I think we sent photos. Can you pull up the photos? Did we send photos of the landscaping? Christy? Well, that's primarily what it's going to look like. I thought we had sent in a picture from the nursery of the actual plant material. Yeah.
Have slide 193 that y'all sent, slide 192,
Yes.
and then the color.
And the color chart.
Yep. And then the drawing again.
That's correct, and they are movable, and it just surrounds the terrace to give it some definition.
Okay.
And we are proposing an evergreen material, so it doesn't it doesn't die in the winter.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Mr. Overcash?
I'm here for questions.
All right. We'll get to that. So anyone here to speak for or against? Nope. All right. Mr. Overcash is here for questions. Do we have any for him?
Yes. He asks for a specific plant or group of plants that were going to be included. I'm a retired landscape architect, and I can't tell what either of those plants, either the ones that's on the screen right now or the one that's actually in the planter on the green screen. I can't tell what those are. And while they appear evergreen in this photograph, I don't know what they are. And if you know what they are and can tell me what they are, that's
Christy, did you get a picture from a nursery from us?
No.
No, I did not. I included everything that we got.
I am so sorry. We went to a nursery, we looked at a dozen different species and got something that would stay green all the time. And it was supposed to have been submitted to you. And if the picture was not, did you submit the picture? The picture of landscaping?
Then it would have been on the HCC on the Acela site.
Did you look? And
I can check.
we were checking to see if it got inadvertently left out. I apologize, but we spent all this time talking to a nursery person of something that would always stay green, and I apologize if it did not get submitted. It was supposed to have been uploaded with everything else.
Did they
you see today? So I apologize if we're looking at the pictures right now of what we went and spent all this time researching with the nursery person.
It would be something like a green emerald or a false cypress kind of planting, something that's green and that can be smaller to fit within the planting to really keep shape and it doesn't die and it stays alive all year. And
that was recommended by the nursery person. What was it again?
Emerald green.
I'm sorry.
Landscape architect. Emerald green. What?
The other person who's talking.
Emerald green.
Mr. Overcash? You have someone
Yeah,
there,
I'm here.
you have someone
Yes, we
testifying.
have Jessica.
You have,
Okay, can you she can testify. You know, she gets sworn in.
Mr. Overcash.
She can,
Mr. Overcash. Yes,
I'm
you
here.
have someone there testifying with you. I just need her name, address, and for her to be sworn in.
Okay.
That she can
Sure.
help all she wants after,
Okay.
okay?
Jessica Hoke,
Jessica Hoke.
2010 South Tryon.
I'm sorry, one more time.
2010, Jessica Hoke, 2010 South Tryon Street.
Okay, I'm gonna need Ms. Hoke to affirm. So Ms. Hoke, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. For a second.
So the plantings that we were given recommendation were called an emerald green or a false cypress. Something that stays green within the planter, lives all year long and won't brown and will stay within the planting.
Okay. Jim?
Under normal circumstances, a false cypress probably would not need the green screen to support itself. Is there
That's
another?
correct.
So is
That's
there,
absolutely correct.
is there anything that's going to grow on the green screen?
We would prefer the plant without the green screen. When we showed her the green screen originally, we thought we were going to do a climber. We would prefer the recommendation of the nursery, which does not require the green screen.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Overcash or Ms. Hoke? Before we close. Mr. Overcash?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other points you want to make before we close for deliberation?
I do not.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to close. Commissioner Hayden, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I mean, it's a little different than what we thought we were doing. I mean, I was thinking that the green screen was a nice addition and that the ivy or some climbing plant on that would be preferred over some conical evergreen.
But doesn't it make it even more temporary? I mean,
What?
the
Green
well,
screen? No,
less not having it. I mean, that still crawls up. I don't know if that's one of those plants that they named, but it's
not.
still.
It's not, that's not one of the.
So the plants that they named, would it crawl up like that? Would it?
No, it would not.
Okay.
It doesn't, the fall cypress does not need the green screen to support itself. The green screen you do with a climbing vine or something like that, which is where I thought this was headed. I mean, I don't have a problem with not using the green screen as long as the plant material that is put in is tall enough when it goes in to provide some differentiation, and two, that is going to be properly maintained. That's all.
We can put that in our motion, just for clarification, the emerald green and false cypress, that, what was my question? It would grow up. It wouldn't crawl up a green screen, but it would create some kind of division, right? Privacy.
Right.
Okay. All right. So it achieves the same goal, just differently.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about this? If not, I think, Commissioner Hayden, and tell me what you think. I think that we can specify in the motion the plants that they recommended and also specify that they must be maintained.
Yeah.
How do you feel about making a motion?
I will be happy to do that. I move that we approve the submitted plant material, the planter without the green screen, and the submitted plant material of the emerald green false cypress. I think it ought to be at least 24 inches tall when it goes in, and they need to assure that the plants will be properly maintained over time.
Okay. Do I hear a second on Commissioner Hayden's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, aye. 7-0. Approved. Thank you, Mr. Overcash. Okay.
We need to revisit this project at some point. Maybe after this. I recall approved it there. That the sign could say Worthington died. Sign could say South Boulevard, faces Dunkin' Donuts parking lot. Is that correct?
Christy, we cannot hear Commissioner Heineman or Hayden.
Sorry, my point was that I think when we voted on this before, we said we could approve a sign panel on the building facing Worthington, but we did not approve a sign facing South Boulevard in the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot. And when I drove by there yesterday, there was the same sign, same size, shape, everything in both locations.
Thank you. Staff will look into that. I don't believe that I've written a COA for that project, but it could be a temporary.
Because these don't look like.
They don't look temporary. Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you so much, Jim.
Okay, so we are moving on now to 1424 Euclid Avenue.
Brian, are you with us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Hi, yes, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Have you been sworn in yet?
No, I have not.
Okay.
All right, Brian, will you raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question, please? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So this is 1424 Euclid Avenue, and it was continued from last meeting for restudying the condition on the rear with the coplanar walls, specifying Hardy Artisan on the plans, specifying that the windows are not to be replaced with the exception of the original building on the gable ends for casement windows, specifying shingle roof on the dormers on the front, and no apron trim on the windows and siding. And we have revised plans from the architect, from Brian. And if Brian, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brian LaPointe. My company is Brian G. LaPointe Architect. I'm at 1160 Market Street in Fort Mill, South Carolina. So perhaps the place to start would be on the second slide and to just go through each of your prior comments from last month to demonstrate how those have been addressed on the plans.
Okay, we are on 205. Is that where you would like to start?
Probably 206.
Okay.
Okay. On the front of the home, you suggested that the dormer windows being added onto the front roof line needed to have a window grid that looked more representative and similar in proportion to the existing window Muntin pattern. So that's what I've done here. There once was an X cross pattern, and now we have the 2/2. You might also notice that the proportions are a little more vertical on this, which I felt was necessary in order to look more more in agreement with the existing window proportions. So that caused the sill to come, or the dormer to project forward about 8 inches further, and in order to drop the sill about 4 inches to give us a little more verticality to the windows. But they are now 28 inches tall. Also on that sheet, you'll notice the notations to the right side of the elevation indicate that the existing windows are to be restored and repaired, where once we were asking to replace the windows, that is no longer being requested. Moving on to slide 207, please. On the right, left side gable, we were once suggesting that the bedroom windows being added on the second level needed to be enlarged, but what we're doing now is keeping the existing masonry openings and using a casement window that falsely looks like a double hung. You'll also see that the front dormers that I was just talking about on slide 206 are to be covered with shingle roofing rather than standing seam. Moving on to slide 208, please. On the rear of the house, the primary issue was addressing the position of the upstairs dormer on the right side of the house. So that's the one on the left side of your slide right here. Your concern was that the dormer wall was coplanar with the first floor wall. Really, they're only offset by the difference in the veneer thickness. So on the left side of the house, where we're introducing a new covered porch, you felt comfortable with the way that roof line, that lower roof line, captured the proposed upstairs dormer, and it relieved the issue of the coplanar walls. So what we're trying to do here on the right side is to match that detail as closely as possible. We had at one point shown a small overhang to protect the new doors on the right side. If we could move to slide 209, please. So what we're doing now is making a bit more of that roof overhang by introducing the new roof. It's supported by 3 brackets, which are similar to existing brackets on the left side of the house and also being added to the rear elevation of the house. And the projection of the roof line there is about 3 feet. But there exists now a small portion of a hip roof around the midsection of the house there. And what we're proposing to do is to replace that so that these 2 roof lines can merge and appear to run continuously across most of the right side of the house there, as you see. Other than that, we have not moved the upstairs dormer wall because we're trying to retain the available square footage upstairs for functional purposes. But it seemed like that you were giving us basically 2 choices to approach a solution here. One of them might have been to move that dormer back. Another one might have been to modify or create a lower roof line to more to better match what we're doing on the opposite side of the house. The other thing you'll see here is that there was a small window in the attic space on the front right section of the house that we've taken away. I think in terms of your comments, the only other issues were, if we can move a couple slides forward, and then of course throughout the new notations on these drawings, right there, please. Yes, the new cement board lapped siding is Hardie Artisan, so that we can get in a thickness that simulates wood. And so that's what's noted in that finish schedule, as well as being noted around the rest of the drawings as well. And then lastly, there was the question or the issue of aprons underneath the window trim, and that detail has been modified around the elevations to make the aprons go away and to give us a nice traditional thick sill. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right. Commissioners, questions of Mr. Lapointe? All right. So if we don't have any questions, then we'll go on to deliberation. All right, let's close for deliberation. Comments, thoughts, points of discussion? Commissioner Heineman?
I'll start by saying I feel that the applicant has been very responsive to our feedback in the continuation, and I feel comfortable with this application. But I would like to also say we see so many applications for improvements upon houses of this type and this scale that really run the spectrum. And I think this is such an excellent example of accomplishing a lot programmatically in a manner that honors the historic structure. It's very unpretentious, and it's just beautiful, and is a great addition that preserves the character of the district.
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Any other comments, points of discussion? Okay, well, Commissioner Heineman, you want to make a motion on this one?
It's not something that prior to now we've spent much time on.
Christy, are you?
You are.
Can I make a motion?
We have not changed any rules or policies. You are a full-fledged commission.
All right.
Thank you.
I move to approve this application as drawn because it addresses all of the issues in our continuation, all of the feedback in our continuation, and is not incongruous.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Who was that? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. So motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion before we vote? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner, did I say Commissioner Hayden? Yeah. Commissioner Heineman.
I joined for like the last 15.
Commissioner Heineman.
It was a like
yes, can you hear me?
on Zoom,
I can now.
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati, yes, 7-0. Thank you so much for being responsive, Mr. Lapointe. All right. Absolutely. Number two, case number two? Yes, okay. So we're looking now at 1223 Belgrave Place, which is number two on your agenda.
John Birkendine, are you with us?
I am,
Hi, welcome.
finally.
So sorry about your computer issues.
Yeah, it's been a morning.
Technology's great until it doesn't work.
Right.
Okay, have you been sworn in?
Yes, the two back I swore in.
Okay, great. So the next application is a continuance from the March meeting, and it was for the accessory building, specifically for the height and appearing not secondary. So at this time, John, I'm going to just turn it right over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know where you would like to start.
Okay. John Birkendine, 7640 Winterset Drive. And we should start. So I think it was just the two issues. It was the height, and I think there was talk of the being more compatible with the style of the original house. Those were the two issues that we kind of focused on. I'm stretching way back here because this was March. So let's start on page 3. I think it's the one with the cross section that shows the heights. And
slide 11, does that look right?
oh my goodness. Oh, okay. That's the one.
Okay.
Whatever that number is.
11.
Yes. Okay.
I can help with that. Okay.
So on the previous set of drawings, I didn't have good measurements of the grade, and I didn't have very well detailed height dimensions. So I went back and got better grade measurements so that I could be sure of what I was putting down, and then managed the height measurements there on the left to show more of, relative to the house, how the garage is going to sit. I didn't think that was, there's nothing too complicated there, other than, we've got the heights in there for reference. And then the other part was making it more compatible with the original house, which is the front elevation. So let's first go to the page with the pictures. That one, yes. So the upper left picture that shows the front of the house with the 2 dormers. So now moving down to, I'm going to assume it's the next page down.
Slide 13.
13, or yeah, 13 works. So what we did is we changed the kind of proportions of the dormers to better match the front of the house. We got the windows a little bit more vertical. So again, so that they look more like the windows on the house, to better match that style. And then we moved the dormers a little further apart as well to kind of give it more of that look. And then I think, so the other thing that was mentioned was, the notes. And we took out a bunch of notes that were put in there that were erroneous, and now we reference only, I believe, wood windows and doors. So I think we've covered all of the things that were questions from the previous meeting.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right, commissioners, questions. PJ?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Two questions for you. When I'm looking at the materials for the garage door and the windows, it says match wood garage door style. So is the garage door, just to confirm, it's going to be wood, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then my other question is on the rear elevation, I don't know what slide it is, A02? Alpha
Slide
02?
15.
Yeah, there we are.
Perfect. I'm sorry, on when I look at the proposed left side elevation, the dormer walls are coplanar. Are you open to moving that second story wall in X inches?
Yes, I think, a lot of times when they're drawn up like that, it's just construction simplicity. But I don't think really the size of this garage, the depth is not that big. So I don't think it'll be, I don't think it'll be that difficult to get that moved back a couple inches and get the support in there.
Great, thank you.
Is there a dimension or is this just kind of a feel sort of thing, moving it back off of that rear wall?
Christy, what do we typically require? 6 inches, 4 inches?
And usually, because it's a masonry building, they can put it atop the interior wall, and then so the exterior walls are not coplanar.
Okay.
I did not explain that very well at all, but that's usually. Jessica can explain better.
John, I know, I'm sure you noted it in here, but
I can answer that.
John, what's the,
Let's see what else. Oh, I'm glad you covered the stand.
John,
Yes.
what's the difference in height between the garage and the house?
So the garage is 20 foot, I think it's 20 foot 1.5 inches.
Yeah, I see that.
1.5. And the house varies. So on the left side, I think we even noted that it varied from 17.7 to 20.3, 17.7 feet to 20.3 feet on the far side. It's got a walkout basement that kind of comes out into a well. So it's quite a bit higher on the right-hand side than it is on the left.
But at the highest point, the house is 20.3.
It looks like, yeah, they've counted it as 20.3.
And your ADU is 20 feet, 1.5 inches.
Right, correct.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions before we close for deliberation?
Actually, just real quick, I want to continue on that. So what's the difference in height between the main structure? I get the main structure height varies from 17.7 to 20.3 in height. So how many inches or feet is there difference between the highest part of the house and the garage?
A couple.
Couple feet.
A couple inches. Yeah, no. So, well, if they were both sitting flat next to each other, well, that's not fair to say either. If they were both sitting flat next to each other at the low point of the house, which is the far right rear corner, then the garage would be a couple inches shorter, say 2 inches shorter than the house at that corner. Because of the elevation, it's a couple feet down when it's placed in the rear yard like it is. Does that make sense?
So the grading to a approximate 2 foot difference in height. However, if there was not a grading issue, it's still a couple of inches. The difference is inches.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the street view diagram that shows at 20.3 feet, yes, it's a difference of inches.
Okay.
So for comments from last time were with the difference of 2.5 inches in height between the main house and the accessory building, it shows that the accessory building is not secondary. So how did you address that concern? And
It's going to be a stretch because I know we had conversations about this, the designer and I. And I'm trying to recall the steps that we went through and the changes. I thought we had lowered the height, but we didn't. That was a couple revisions back that we changed the height. Changing the dormers. That's a good question. I don't know if that was addressed just visually with referencing the house, or if that was the thought process in the when we were doing the revision. I don't see where the dimensions have changed. I've got the old drawings opened up.
Yeah, I was pulling those up.
Yeah. The problem is we don't have a lot of leeway on the height right now, just because of trying to get that functionality on the second floor. I apologize. I'm working an odd way here, thanks to.
I'm trying to use my magnifying glass. I'm just having a hard time reading the numbers. But if you tell me what the height was from your March application for the building.
And I believe that height was the same. That's the one I've got up, is the one from March. And it looks like, yeah, the height didn't change from March. I think there was an earlier revision when we had to change the whole look of the garage. We addressed the height at that point.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll close for deliberation. So they spoke to the building being more compatible, but they did nothing in terms of making it more secondary. The height didn't change. Commissioner Heineman.
I wanted to answer the question about the dormer from earlier. Our experience, I think historically we have asked for a foot in from the face and the sides. And when there have been conditions that have prevented that, we've accepted 6 inches or so. My understanding from the engineers that I've worked with over the years is that twice the depth of the structure really has no meaningful effect on the structure or the cost thereof. And so twice the depth of a structure on something like this would typically be, 20 to 24 inches. So I think it's reasonable. A foot is well within reason.
Just one moment, please. Guys, if you're not talking, if you'll mute your phones, that would be great, just because there's some background noises making it hard for us to hear. Thanks. Okay. Sorry about that, Jessica.
Sorry, did you catch it, or do you need me to repeat that?
If you'll repeat the last portion of what you said, you were a little muffled by the noise.
Sure, no problem. My experience with the engineers that I've worked with over the years is that twice the depth of the structure, moving that wall twice the depth of the structure does not create any meaningful changes. So in a structure like this, that twice the depth of the structure would be 20 to 24 inches. So our standard request of 12 inches from the back and the sides should not really be a problem.
Okay. What about height, you guys? They didn't change the height. And we only ask for two things, really. So. Okay. Why don't we speak to the reasons why this was continued, point by point, and then see if we can come up with some kind of motion or start working towards one. So accessory buildings, page 8.9, number 3. Anyone want to say, I can pull it up and read it here. Design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale, elements, and roof form. Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary to the main structure on the site. Right now, I am of the mindset that even though the grading is lower towards the back, that was one of the things that we brought up and it wasn't addressed. So whereas the style of the ADU was made more compatible with the house, the scale was not brought down, was not changed. That's my thought. Commissioner Hayden, what do you think about that?
I understand. I think that technically he's probably right on the ragged edge of being a lesser building. I think the practical realities are, since the rear of the lot is significantly lower than the rest of the building, there'd be no way anybody would ever perceive this as being a grander structure than the residence. So I'm okay with the fact that the height hasn't changed. I do want the rear coplanar dormer situation to be resolved, but I'm okay with the height situation.
Okay. What about you, Commissioner Barth?
Again, I don't think I was here for this one, so I apologize on catching up a little bit. I kind of agree with Commissioner Hayden. I mean, it's going to be difficult to get a half a story above that. I mean, by nature of being a garage, the building's going to have to be a little taller to accommodate that. So I'm fine with it. Its massing is smaller than the house, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yeah, I'm fine with it as well. It, based on what I see, it does appear secondary, given where it is and the great difference in grading. So I don't have any issues with it.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree. I think that you'll never notice that it is taller in any way. I think that the grading difference just makes it appear secondary.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Anyone feel like they're close to making a motion?
I just want to make one comment. I'm sorry, Kim, I'm just scrambling with the guidelines.
No problem.
Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary to the main structure on the site.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say what techniques can be used to make it secondary, whether it's a reduction in height or leveraging the natural contour and topology of the land to make it secondary.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually think in Wesley Heights, we had an applicant with a similar situation where he decided to excavate his garage down X feet so that it was clearly secondary. So I think taking that into account, there is a 2-foot difference in height, leveraging the topology between the main house and the secondary house. So I think our concern about a 2.5-inch difference between main structure and secondary structure, if they're the same height above sea level, is negligible. So I think from a height perspective, we're okay.
Okay.
I think the applicant did a great job reflecting the main house with the changes to the dormers. I think if he can make the changes on the second story so that the wall isn't coplanar, I think good.
That really sounds like a motion.
It does. Wish I was taking better notes.
You said it so eloquently.
So I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions.
8.9, number 3, I think.
Hold on, I'm sorry. That the 2.5-inch difference in height between structures, let me back up. Let me start all over.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following condition, that the second story not be coplanar to the first, and that the applicant and that the garage is clearly secondary to the main structure because it is leveraging the natural topology, and the difference in height is approximately 2 feet between the main structure and the garage structure, leveraging the drop in grade.
Perfect. Will you add the guideline to that, please?
Guideline 8.9,
number 3.
number 3.
Okay. Any second of that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any conversation, discussion about the motion? All right, so let's vote. Just out of curiosity, Christy, should we say that the floors shouldn't be coplanar, but do we say how far in they need to go? Or do we just say it doesn't need to be coplanar and leave it at that? It's up to you.
My preference would be to provide some guidance as to how much. Did I hear earlier that a foot?
Let's check in with Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Heineman, will you give us some feedback here, some guidance on how we should, what we should?
I think the fact is we have to give some guidance because the technical fact is that because of the depth of the brick versus the depth of the lap siding, they are not currently coplanar. It's the structure that's coplanar. So we have to give more information to go on. I think in the past we've done 12 inches on the face and the sides, unless there's a site constraint that mandates otherwise.
Okay, so PJ, will you take that as a?
Friendly amendment for 12-inch?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, accept
Okay.
that.
All right. Okay, so do you want to just restate it, please, for
Absolutely.
Candy?
Yeah, hey, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. Per guideline 8.9, number 3, the garage is secondary to the primary structure because it leverages a approximate 2-foot reduction in grade. The applicant should make the second story, to fix a coplanar condition between the second story and the first story, the applicant should move in the second story wall 12 inches.
And is that still good with you, Commissioner Hayden?
It is.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion? All right.
Clarification on the rear dormer.
I'm sorry.
Should we make a clarification to say the rear dormer? I don't know if that's a technicality.
No, thank you. This is what happens when I don't take notes on this one.
You're doing great.
No, so thank you. So the rear dormer should be moved in 12 inches to fix a coplanar condition between the walls.
Still okay with that?
On
Yes.
all 3 sides? PJ, can you say on all 3 sides?
On all 3 sides.
And PJ, can I offer one more friendly amendment that the garage door and pedestrian door specifications be submitted to staff for approval?
One more time, Jessica, Candy can't hear you, and you're sounding a little muffled.
Yes, sir. That the garage door and pedestrian door specifications be submitted to staff for approval.
Thank you.
I accept that.
Yep.
Candy, does PJ need, okay. All right, so the motion's been made by PJ, seconded by Jim. Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, aye, 7-0. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Lapointe. Sorry, John.
Merkenine.
Kim, this is Jessica. I need to temporarily recuse myself for just a pressing issue that needs my attention. So
Okay.
I'm just going to turn my video off and get back as soon as I possibly can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jessica. Let the record show that Commissioner Hindman is recusing herself on number 9.
She's technically just stepping away from the meeting.
Okay, so she's stepping away for application number 9, which is 209 South Summit Avenue.
We are going to need some more folks sworn in.
Okay.
Let me just, give me 1 second.
All right, so
Just 1 second. You get there. Elizabeth Lammy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you going to be the only one presenting on this and everyone else is listening, or?
It may be possible that Warren Wooten may contribute some comments
Okay.
if he sees fit.
Okay, Warren Wooten, are you here and can you hear us?
I'm here. I'm just a program manager with the city of Charlotte who is in charge of the program that this house is under. So I'm mostly just.
Hold on, we'll get back to that. We just want to make sure you're here and you can hear us.
Yep.
Diane
Yeah,
Adams.
I'm mostly just listening. Thank you.
Diane Adams, you are here but just listening, confirming? Diane Adams, are you here but just listening?
Christy, Diana is showing up in my list. I'm not sure if she can hear us or not.
I know sometimes she has issues with her audio.
Okay. Okay. And then I believe the property owner is also joining us. Colette Forrest, are you here, ma'am?
Christy, I lost Colette, but I did get a new caller, 15. If they can identify themselves, it might be Colette.
Okay. Caller on the telephone, would you please identify yourself?
John Pawson.
John, you were here for the next application, right? 1316 Thomas?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I think we'll just get started with Elizabeth and Warren then. Madam Chairwoman, would you please swear them in?
I will. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, perfect.
Okay. This next application is at 209 South Summit Avenue in Wesley Heights. The request is being brought forth by the Charlotte Housing and Neighborhood Services staff, Elizabeth and Warren. And the project is for total replacement of window sashes for the entire house due to high levels of lead contamination. And I believe the project is being paid for out of lead abatement program funding, grant funding through the city of Charlotte. I'm going to turn this over to Elizabeth and Warren. If you both would state your name, your titles, and your addresses. And then Liz, since you're the key speaker on this, correct anything I said wrong and feel free to do it and move forward.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. I'm Elizabeth Lammy. My address is 140 Nature Woods, that's one word, Road in McConnells, South Carolina. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, and Warren, if you would reintroduce yourself again, please, for the court reporter.
Sure. I am Warren Wooten. I'm the Housing Operations Manager for the City of Charlotte. My address is 2521 Ashby Woods Drive in Matthews, North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, where would you like to start?
Okay, we should probably start with the photo pages.
Okay.
I'll start with saying that, so the homeowner, Miss Colette Forrest, had applied to our Lead Safe program. It's funded with a grant from HUD for low to moderate income homeowners to mitigate any lead hazards, any hazards caused by lead paint that they may have at their homes. And one of the qualifying things for that is to have children or visiting children at the home under the age of 6 who are most susceptible to lead poisoning. And Ms. Forrest has that qualification with her family. And so what's difficult with the photos is that the windows have been recently painted. But it's kind of, dressing up something that shouldn't have been. And that's why we're here today. The windows were painted, but it was painting over a lot of damage and decay. And I guess you can just go through these first elevations, and then there's some detailed photos.
Sure. Slide 3.
Yeah. So here, I just apologize because it's difficult to really indicate the condition of the window. None of the windows are operable. Some have been painted shut for decades. Most all of the windows on the left facade of the home, the top sashes are so warped that they're kind of concave. And just a smooth operation is not even possible if we could even get the windows to lift. We have, damage and decay throughout most of the wood, damaged and deteriorated putty. We have some cracked glass and some dry rot of some of the cords on the inside. But the primary reason that we're coming before you today is to advocate for the extraordinary amounts of lead contamination that we have at the home. Looking at the requirements from HUD for using the lead grant funding, the window sills and troughs, they are supposed to have a lead content of less than 100 micrograms per foot. And in the testing that we had conducted by a licensed lead risk assessor, we found levels of 500 to 4,000 micrograms per foot. And again, it's supposed to be less than 100. The other item to note is that for the soil around the exterior of the home where children can come in contact with playing and such, the recommended levels are to be less than 1,200 milligrams per kilogram of lead content in the soil. And with this property, we're at over 4,200 milligrams per kilogram. So we have extraordinarily high levels of lead contamination. And we know that it's a common argument to advocate for repair versus window replacement. And I would like to present that we were advocating for replacement of the sashes only using a wood product with full simulated divided lights to match the existing style of the windows, to match the material, but using a wood window sash kit with a wood trough liner yes, here we go. It's a Tucker Woodland series. I know that this is a particular product that I believe has been approved on some past projects before by the commission. But like I said, we want to keep the historic casings and trims. We're just wanting to replace these sashes and add the trough liners, simply because we can try prying the windows open. We can try making some repairs, but it's not going to fully eliminate the lead hazards that we're facing. And I'd also like to note that we have a licensed general contractor who was working on the home, Jasper Environmental Services, who are also licensed lead abatement contractors, who have testified that, you know, we've really just kind of dressed up something that really needs to be replaced, and trying to repair these windows and pry them open would just further create a lead dust hazard and further contamination. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right. PJ.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, just a couple of comments. I mean, I definitely appreciate your desire to abate a lead hazard in the house, and you're focusing on the windows. And you mentioned the yard. I mean, you've also got lead paint in your siding. You've got lead paint in your trim. You've got lead paint in your doors. You've got lead dust that gets created when you open and close your doors. And you have, I mean, the list goes on and on and on with, you know, with these old houses.
Right.
Your windows, to be honest, look in great condition. And I'm glad you pointed out paint, because as we saw from an application, a previous application, maybe an hour or so ago, they had a lot of paint that was peeling and stuff. It peels.
Right.
It needs to be replaced over time. Yes, windows get painted and glued, get painted and sealed shut. I mean, these are all normal conditions with old houses. I don't really, you know, while lead is a concern, and if the applicant is truly concerned about lead, she's going to need, he or she will need to abate the entire house. And you can restore these windows, have them removed, have the paint stripped off them, so that you fix the lead condition on the sashes as well as all the trim, so you don't create the lead dust. You don't have to replace it. And even though, you know, you are proposing a wood window sash kit to replace it, I mean, the details on the muntins, for example, don't even come close to matching the, you know, the detail, the thickness, and the profile of, you know, what you have today. So I guess what I'm saying is our preference to maintain the historical integrity of the house is that you abate and fix your existing windows, which don't look to be in that bad condition from these pictures.
I agree with, I mean, I totally understand your feedback. I would like to comment that with the HUD requirement for lead abatement, it means to remove, and, you know, siding is a bit different because there's not any continuous action or movement. I mean, I know another thing to mention here is that, you know, we do need operable windows, and I understand we can make repairs, as you said, to make those windows operable for egress requirements. But the hazard just, it never goes away fully, and that's what we're trying to do with recommending a sash replacement. And I'd also like to comment that the entire house, work on the entire house to abate the lead hazards is underway. It's not just with the windows.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant? Have you had, you said you had a general contractor come out and say, and agree with you on the fact that the windows needed to be replaced. Do you have anyone who specializes in the restoration of historic homes come out and look at these windows?
We have not had someone that specializes in the restoration of historic windows to take a look. That we would appreciate recommendations for those resources.
Okay, all right.
And I apologize if my comments come across as callous. I mean, I've lived in the same exact scenario with young children and chose to remove, restore, and abate the lead in the windows to eliminate a lead hazard. So I have been there, and I chose a different path, and I chose a path that was in accordance with our guidelines to repair your existing windows, because they're an important part of the historical character of the house and therefore the neighborhood.
I appreciate those comments. We are just trying to follow the HUD regulations provided by the stipulations of the lead grant.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Thank you, Elizabeth. Commissioners, any other questions before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close. PJ, I'm in total agreement with you. I mean, in total agreement with you, being in total agreement with our guidelines. And I think in order to be helpful, maybe we then follow up staff and give a list of some of the contractors who could go and help out the applicant and give them additional options, since this one doesn't speak to our guidelines. Anyone have any other thoughts or comments that they want to make? This one seems pretty clear to me.
I would say, from my viewpoint, given the extensive lead conditioning of the house and the fact that it's being undertaken via HUD grant, which has some stipulations, I'm sure, about how it gets paid for and how much they can afford to spend and all those kinds of things. It would seem to me to be a reasonable time for us to consider an exception to allow the windows to be replaced because of the lead conditions that are there. And if, it's possible that if this had come to us earlier in the process, we might have allowed, they might have had an opportunity to do something differently, but it seems as if the abatement process is underway right now. And I don't know what the conditions are for them, but in my viewpoint, this would be a time when we could consider an exception for this particular condition and make it very clear in the motion that it is an exception, that we're granting these windows to be replaced only because of the lead condition. That's my 2 cents.
To PJ's point, in these neighborhoods.
Everybody can do different things. Not everybody can afford to do what PJ did.
Agreed, but we have not been able to take into consideration.
Who's making the application?
Well, I think that maybe the difference with this is, in the past, we've had people say, oh, I have lead. In this particular scenario, they've done extensive testing and provided that scientific data of here's the acceptable levels and here's where this house is. I will share that I had a pre-application meeting with some staff, and Elizabeth, I will ask her to reconfirm this, but they run this lead abatement program, and they said in their entire careers, they have never seen these levels. And so this is sort of an outlier in itself, is my understanding, but I also don't want to speak for the applicant. So Elizabeth, if I stated, Liz, can you please come up? Candace, take Liz off of mute.
We'll reopen.
Liz, is that correct, or did I over exaggerate and misstate the situation?
No, you did not exaggerate. It is very rare that we have levels that are this high with our testing.
Okay.
And the homeowner is on the call. Does she want to say anything? Okay.
It sounds like she's having some difficulty. Yeah.
Maybe.
Get that kid.
Uh-oh.
While we wait to see if the applicant wants to add anything too, let's jump over to Commissioner Lineberger, who has something she wants to say.
I just wanted to clarify, since we got Liz back on, did that open it back up to speak with Liz?
I did open it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to understand when you have the levels, that how much is there any way to determine if those levels are due to the windows, or how much those levels are due to the siding and the other aspects of the...
Right. The levels of the soil can be from any exterior element, but windows in particular create a significant portion of that contamination because in the past, Miss Forrest has not lived there her whole life. So like in the past, when the windows were operational, that continuous friction is a big player in creating the dust, the lead dust that contributes to the contamination.
And I would respectfully disagree. Again, not a lead expert, but just when you look, and I'm looking at this picture with the pink siding, look at the surface area of lead paint on that siding. And over 80 or 90 years, how much is flaked off into the ground versus the surface area of lead paint on that one window. I would venture to say that the majority of your soil contamination from lead is associated with the lead paint that's been flaking off of the siding paint over the years.
That's why I'm saying it contributes. It's not the sole cause of the contamination.
No, but saying it's the majority of the cause for soil contamination is a stretch.
Okay, it's a significant player. But the other thing to take note of is that the interior contamination as well, because we've been talking for the past few minutes about the soil, but we haven't mentioned again the interior levels of contamination.
They can hear you now and turn it off.
That we have.
Oh, you want me here?
I'm sorry. So we have two conversations going on right now, and I think that the second one does not know that we can hear them. So if you are not talking, if you can mute your phone or your audio so we can focus on one conversation or one testimony at a time, that would be great. Thank you. Liz?
Again, I'm sorry. I just want to mention, we have discussed the soil contamination, and that is important. And it is not all because of the windows. It is from flaking paint on the siding as well. But we also need to mention the more significant hazard of the lead dust on the inside of the home from the windows is really what the largest hazard is from the windows. Yes, it does contribute to some of the soil contamination, not all, not a majority, some, but it contributes more to a hazard on the interior of the home.
I appreciate that. I mean, lead dust is, created by having two, surfaces that rub on the lead paint. And I also appreciate that. I think I heard most of these windows are inoperable and cannot be opened. So I would also encourage you to look at the lead dust created by your doors and the trim. I guess.
Yes, we have as well. We've tested the entire home, windows, door, inside and out. Some things of the home have been replaced, including some doors before our involvement, and possibly before Miss Forrest, who's the current homeowner, owned the home. So we can't speak of really what happened in the past. We can go by the current testing that we have today. Miss Forrest has, lived there, for as long as she has, but, previous owners, previous use of the home and condition, we can't speak to. And we do also look at windows and doors, everything that makes friction and movement.
I think Colette, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, welcome. Hi, would you like to say anything?
So I'd kind of like to know the players. I only see partial screens. So who was the player, the name of the individual that talked? He said, I know I may sound crass. Can you tell me his name?
I think my word was callous, and yes, P.J. Henningsen.
All right. So I am a homeowner in Wesley Heights, and I don't have the money. I'm an African-American single parent, and I don't have the money to do the extravagant and detailed technical things that whomever might have been speaking was able to do. I am one of the few African-American homeowners that still reside in Wesley Heights. I didn't realize the seriousness of the historic commission and just how laborious and how detailed it was until I actually sat on the board and I was appointed by a city council person. It was a little too technical for me. I don't want for my home ownership to be reduced to the historical integrity and character and the look of my home. We're not asking for my windows to be tricked out like a car on cable TV. This is for the integrity and the character of me being an African-American woman who is a proud homeowner of 20 years in Wesley Heights, to have my windows to be replaced so that my energy bill, my heating costs can be controlled and can be brought down, and I can stay a homeowner in Wesley Heights. I appreciate the historical value of my neighborhood and my home, but I also appreciate individuals that respect me as an African-American woman trying to follow the rules, trying to be a homeowner in these times with my son. And all I'm asking is for an exception to be made so I can keep my home owned by myself and the affordability in the winter and the summer substantially come down, in consideration that I don't have the money that many whites and many others might have to be able to do the extravagant things that have been done for the integrity of the windows, for the integrity and the character of the historical nature of the neighborhood or of my home. I'm deeply offended when I hear about things like that that are out of my financial reach as a single African-American homeowner. I feel like sensitivity and I feel like a practicality is missing on this board and in this conversation to what's in the best interest, not only of the historic integrity and character of the neighborhood or of the home, but what's in the best interest of the homeowner.
Colette, thank you so much for saying that. We do appreciate hearing that. And what we're trying to do is be fair, is to have a level playing field for anyone who comes before us. So Liz, I'll ask you, given the levels of lead contamination, to PJ's point, the windows that you've presented look different than the windows that are there. So is there any way that we can work with that?
Absolutely. It's very possible that we can find, we were going by some recommendations of wood windows that we know the commission has approved in the past, but we are absolutely open to investigating other wood windows that may have similar millwork, much more similar to the existing style that Miss Forrest has.
That sounds like a little ray of hope. Wouldn't you agree, Ms. Colette?
I'm just listening. I'm totally still trying to process what I heard earlier, and it just seemed so insensitive to me as a homeowner, because I don't have a luxury of a lot of money to do the things that other white men or others might have been able to do to their home.
And I hear you. We hear you. What you do have is the luxury of having HUD step in and try and help. And so what we're working towards right now is some kind of resolution so that the toxic chemicals that are surrounding you and your son are no longer there. So we all want to work together, and the people who serve on this board give up a lot of their free time, as you know, and are very committed to our neighborhoods. So even when we say things that may not be perceived well, it all comes from a good place, and we show that by our commitment throughout time. So what it sounds like right now, and we'll talk as a commission, is that there is an opportunity to work towards some kind of resolution for you as a 20-some year homeowner in Wesley Heights. Can we take that win?
I am on the line and open and listening.
Thank you for that, Ms. Colette. Okay, so we are going to close and we will talk about what our opportunities are. All right? What I mean when I say close is we, the commissioners, are going to be the only ones now to talk, to deliberate, and to, based on the information we've received, come up with some kind of plan for next steps. Okay? All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. PJ, thank you for your feedback. This is what we do. This is why we show up. Commissioners, Commissioner Hayden, thank you for your feedback. We're bringing both of these together. We have a situation here where lead paint is toxic, so that is the grounds for some sort of exception. But to PJ's point, we also are in charge. We've been charged with preserving the integrity and the distinctive characteristics of our neighborhood that make all of us, white, black, and whatever, want to live here. So with that being the case, Christy, is there any way we can work with Liz to come up with some sort of window that better matches what is here?
So I can speak to that. This is a generic image in the Tucker catalog. We have absolutely approved these before, and they match much more closely because they, as a wood window, they're able to be customized to better fit the Mutton profile.
Okay.
And if for some reason we would not be able to work with the company,
Mhm.
I can absolutely work with Elizabeth and Warren to find something that is a more exact match.
Okay. And if we should make a motion, which I can't make, but if we should make a motion to have these replaced, it's very important that we specify that the heightened lead levels,
Yes.
heightened levels of lead justify this decision.
As presented, that they far exceed anything the Housing and Neighborhood Services has come across
Mhm.
as professionals. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So commissioners, anyone want any further discussion of this?
My only comment is this turns into a slippery slope. And I say that is, and this is, I'm not saying this isn't a great exception, but every old house has got lead paint. And if we're going to do this, then we're going to need to in the future be very specific about what levels of lead constitute replacement, right? And I say that because there was another couple in Wilmore that had the same concern about lead abatement with their family. And our response to them, I forget, was this 6 months ago, was sorry.
That was for siding, and you're right. But they also didn't have data.
And they didn't have a HUD representative speaking on their behalf. I remember that.
Right.
Absolutely. So I think that these are all, to your point, PJ.
But we have to take it into context. When we're comparing lead levels, are we comparing lead levels in a 1930s house where you have lead paint versus a new house? Of course, the lead levels are going to be elevated. Point being is, we need to be very clear to what constitutes high, medium, and low.
Okay. Yeah, and so I agree with you, PJ. I do believe that we have more ground on which to stand because we have Liz, the HUD representative, coming to us, who is, I would say, an expert in that she sees houses in all kinds of conditions. And if this is, and I'll defer to you, Christy, in terms of the percentage of levels, or I think we should put numbers in there.
Madam Chair, based on the way this discussion is going, and I know you have closed for purposes of this hearing, but you have heard testimony from someone who is an expert, qualified to be an expert in the industry. That's something that you all can take into consideration. If you consider her to be an expert based on her qualifications and history, you can identify her as such. And I would ask that you do that if you're leaning the way I believe I'm hearing this discussion to be going.
Yeah, okay. Agreed. Because PJ, would that then speak to your concerns, your slippery slope concerns?
The guidelines as it stands today make no mention to lead levels. They make no mention to reducing heating and the amount that it reduces your monthly heating bill, which Ms. Collette mentioned. It makes no reference to current financial status, what type of job you're in, or even race. So we're going based on window for window, you don't replace it.
Sure.
So that's why I say it's a slippery slope, is we're opening up so many, we're opening up more vectors where somebody can come in as a loophole and get approval to have windows replaced.
So then let me ask you, Commissioner Hayden, your thought was that this deserves an exception. Will you speak to that, please?
Yes, I will. It would seem quite logical to me that since we've been told that the levels of lead at this particular dwelling are higher than any seen in quite some time, if ever, and that's been documented by scientists who are credited and very credible in these kinds of things. That, to me, is a justification for an exception to the window replacement situation, and only that reason. Quite honestly, the idea that we're trying to save money for heating and cooling, that's irrelevant to me. To me, the issue is the lead abatement, and that's a real issue, and I think it's a health issue. And I think this is one of those times when an exception is valid.
All right, I think this warrants everyone being on record. Commissioner Bonaparte, what are your thoughts on this?
Certainly, if an expert says, and I've lived in an older home, I currently live in an older home, and if an expert says that I'm living where there's excessive or excess lead, certainly I understand the historic relevance of that, but my health comes first. And so my feelings are that if, as Jim said, if there is no other reason to give an exception, the health ramifications would certainly be, the increased lead being present would certainly be a reason for that. So that's where I stand.
Okay, Commissioner Barth.
I agree with Commissioner Hayden's comments. I think, due to the circumstances of this particular case, it needs to be addressed and it needs to be clear that we are making an exception because of these extraordinary sort of conditions. I think all of this needs to be looked at as being up to the discretion of the commission. It's our job to take these cases on a case-by-case basis and determine the best solution. I also agree with PJ, but I just think this is too difficult of a case to not give some sympathy here to the homeowner.
Commissioner Hindman? That's right. Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree with Commissioner Hayden's and Barth and Bonaparte's at this point. I just believe that and I agree with PJ that we are charged with upholding these guidelines and following them. But when it comes to health issues and at the cost of, being detrimental to people's health to keep an existing element in place, I just think that supersedes all else. And I think that we need to make an exception in this particular situation, especially based on Elizabeth's recommendations and expertise.
Okay. So it sounds like someone's going to make a motion. And I would just say that in the motion, we should reference, as our attorney, Ms. Leslie Fight says, Elizabeth, is it Lamy? As our HUD expert. I think we should also put in the percentage of lead levels in this particular space. And that we should say, based on those things, that we are making an exception to our guidelines referenced in 4.12. Please. Yeah, so I'm going to open up. And Elizabeth, we're really going to need your help to say why we're making this exception for Ms. Forrest. So if you could give us information, data to include in a motion, that would be great.
Yes. So for purposes of HUD's lead hazard control grant, but also based on EPA standards, HUD standards are more stringent, and it's not really based on the age of the home or anything like that. It's based on fact. It's based on the amount of lead found during our testing. The guidelines that we have are that in windowsills, on the interior, windowsills and troughs, that lead dust should be less than 100 micrograms per foot. And in the windows in Miss Forrest's home, we have a range of 500 to 4,000 micrograms per foot. In addition, with the soil level, we do have other exterior factors that contribute to that contamination, but the windows also have, and the amount there should be less than 1,200 milligrams per kilogram of lead content in the soil. And at Miss Forrest's home, we have a soil level of 4,200 milligrams per kilogram.
Okay, that's exactly what we need. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Yes.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lamy, this is Andrea Leslie Fight, attorney for the commission. May I ask you a few questions for the record, please?
Yes.
What is your official title with the City of Charlotte?
I am a program, I'm a project manager. I do a couple of different things, but for the purposes of this project, I am a program manager for this home's rehabilitation.
And how long have you served in that capacity?
A little over 3.5 years.
And how long have you worked specifically in this area of preservation and specifically with regard to EPA standards as you've testified here today?
For 3.5 years.
Okay. And in your experience and training, is this case excessive as compared to other cases of rehabilitation of this type?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Okay.
You're welcome.
We will close. So, anybody want to make a motion? Anybody willing to make a motion?
We'll do it for you. Go ahead.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the window replacements with the following. This is an exception to our standard procedure and our standard rulings. It's, where is it? 4.12 guideline, that windows shall not be replaced. The exception being that we have documented evidence presented by the applicant and the City of Charlotte staff who is handling her application for lead abatement assistance, where the presence of lead in both the interior and the exterior in the soil far exceed the standards that are allowable or okay.
Would you like to incorporate by reference the testimony just provided by Ms. Lamy?
I would do that, yes. The testimony just provided by Ms. Laney regarding the amount of lead to be allowed in windowsills and in the soil. That the HDC staff will work with the staff of the housing group to determine a better or a substitute window replacement kit, whatever that is, that more suitably matches the existing that's to be replaced.
In design, dimension, and material?
Design, dimension, material, function.
And you're only approving the replacement of the movable parts, not the trim?
Correct. Only approving the replacement of movable parts.
And Jim, if I can just give you the guidelines, it's 412, 413, 414.
Okay, we will add 413 and 414 to the guidelines being.
Do I hear a second to this?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. All right, so I am going to do a round robin to see where we stand on this. Commissioner Henningsen,
Negative.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 5 yes, 1 no. Approved.
Thank you, Elizabeth, Warren, and Colette. Would we like to take a recess?
I'm sorry,
Would you
yeah.
like to take a break? Yeah.
Yes, please. 5 or 10 minutes, Christy. What do you think?
Whatever you want. 5 to 7.
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Candace,
Yes.
is Jessica
Yes.
back?
I'm sorry?
Is Jessica back? Jessica Hinman, is she back?
I do not see her. I can unmute her.
Yes.
I'm walking back into my office this very second. Can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Hi, great.
Yes.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Okay.
I know, no, perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Okay. The next application is 1316 Thomas Avenue, not the plaza. It's in Plaza Midwood. Is Andrew, Alan, and Angie, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
I may be.
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Did you hear Alan?
Hi, Alan.
Hey.
Have y'all been sworn in?
Have not.
Uh, I will swear you in now. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Dude?
I do.
All right, perfect.
Okay, so the next application, the commission, y'all have seen this in a workshop a couple of times. It is for a new commercial building at the edge of the Plaza Midwood Historic District on Thomas Avenue. And the building is built to fit in with the residential design of Plaza Midwood. And I'm going to just turn it over to Angie. Are you presenting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Angie. Angie, take it away. Oh, please state your name and your address for the record, please.
Okay. Angie Lauer, ALB Architecture, 925 Pine Forest Road, Charlotte, 28214.
Okay. Andrew and Alan, are you going to be speaking at all?
May, so I'll give my name, Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte, NC.
Thank you. Okay, Angie, take it away.
Okay. So we have before you on 1312 Thomas Avenue an existing vacant parking lot that sits at the entryway to the Plaza Midwood Historic District. To the south of the property is a bungalow-style commercial building that is currently a tattoo shop. That is not in the district. To the east is a commercial 4-story structure with a shared parking lot and an alleyway. So, directly across the street to the west side is a parking lot. The property has been rezoned to neighborhood services and has had full support of the planning and city council and neighbors. The location of the structure sits parallel to the south property line. So if you can go to the next page, correct, page, slide 269. The location of the structure sits parallel to the south side of the property line. And it has met all the parameters and the setbacks for parking and screening. Next slide. Slide 70. With a rhomboid-shaped lot, consideration was given to respect to the street, as well as the lot configuration. In the survey of appropriate architectural styles that was conducted throughout the neighborhood, with commercial building in mind, and being at the gateway of the Plaza Midwood Central Avenue Commercial District, it was discussed with staff that we would consider a 2-story Victorian that could satisfy both residential and commercial aspects of the project. Next slide, Christy.
Can I correct one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
It was discussed with the commission at a workshop.
Okay.
Staff, thank you.
Yes, okay, commission at a workshop with staff. Can you go to the slide where it actually shows 1428 Pecan Avenue?
Sure. Slide 274?
Yes. So the strongest example that we have is 1428 Pecan Avenue, which structure is based on the survey from Zootwell, is 30 feet, 8 inches tall. It is 2-story, has lap siding, tall windows, shallow pitched roofs, trim and siding variations, angled walls, a front porch. So our particular structure is 26 feet, 9 inches tall, with a delta of between 7 and 8 feet of its adjacent structures. Windows, can you go to the side elevation, the right side?
Yes.
I'm not sure which slide that is on your. One more.
Looks like 271.
Yes. So windows and openings have been carefully placed based on a building code, section 705.8, which regulates the amount of penetrations allowed at a certain distance from the property line. Also, artisan lap siding is to be used. The rear of the building, which is parking lot side, is actually going to be the main entrance with allocated parking. The materials of the back fifth of the property is a reveal panel system with cement board with varied window patterns, unlike the front window patterns, giving a clear contrast to the front and the prominent sides of the structure. A thin rail and style window pattern complement the strong original Victorian style windows. Exterior mechanical units, which I believe was one of the bullet points on your introduction, will be placed in the northeast corner of the parking lot and screening to be determined. So Christy, if you would actually go back to the site plan.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, one more. Right there. So the northeast corner, there is a bit of land that will house the mechanical units, and they will be screened appropriately. Again, I mentioned this property is zoned neighborhood services and is commercial. And based on the guidelines of Section 6 for new construction, we have followed setback, and all the setbacks have been properly vetted by zoning and planning. Spacing and orientation based on the street and property lines have been carefully considered with location and orientation, height and width of the structure as 26 feet 9 inches tall and only 30 feet wide. Scale with respect to human scale is certainly meets both the residential with front porch and pedestrian sidewalk, breaking up the massing on the front and side elevations. The directional expression, all of the homes on this lot are, you go back one more, I'm sorry, Christy, to the overall site.
Do you want 270 or do you want to look at the houses?
The houses, yes, ma'am. Right there.
268?
Yes. So directional expression, all of the homes and structures that fit the lots appropriately, while some of them are parallel to the property line and to the street. Ours will be actually parallel to its right side. So it will be somewhat skewed in the rhomboid of the site configuration. The property foundation is masonry. The porch on the front is going to have a diagonal corner, which actually gives expression to the gateway coming in from Central Avenue. And I believe that is it on our end. All the components have been addressed.
If I may speak.
Sure, go ahead, Alan.
Okay, I was just at the workshop meeting, and one of the points that we presented a rectangular form with the angled sides, but the differentiation here was attention to the oblique view of the building to give it more interest, and also to break up the length of the side. There was a bay added, even though very shallow bay on the near middle of the structure. So I was just making that point that we tried to address any comments that were made at that meeting, the workshop.
Okay. Anything else you all want to add? Angie, Alan, anything else you'd like to add? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so. I know that in our workshop, as Alan said, there was, articulation of the side elevations. Because the right side in particular is the entryway from Central Avenue and is visible, although properly screened. So if you go actually back to the photos of the site, Christy, slide 267. Upper left-hand corner is the adjacent house to the north. And then there's parking lot views. Behind the structure to its southeast is the 4-story structure that will share a common alleyway and around entry or exit, of their property. The tattoo shop that is a commercial structure to its south will block view in its center point, but that's pretty much it, Kim.
Okay. All right. Do we have anyone here to speak for or against this application?
Yes, we do. We have a telephone caller.
Okay.
Candace, will you please take our caller off of mute?
Done.
Hello?
Yes, this is John Classic.
John, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Okay, John, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. The reason for my concern was the parking on Thomas Avenue. I live directly, one house down. I'm at 1323 Thomas. And before COVID, it's been a challenge to park on the street. Back in February of 2019, I attended a historic commission meeting where the commission approved an 8-foot fence along Workman's Friend parking lot and 1319 Thomas Avenue, Miss Hooper's property. And during that meeting, I addressed my concern about the parking, and the commission stated, and it's in the notes, that she could not build a fence in front of the alley. I used that alley for parking, and I thought, okay, that's fine. Well, she has now constructed a fence.
Just a moment. I'm so sorry, John. Just a moment.
Oh, how is this relevant to the application and
Yeah,
question?
John, John, just for the sake of time and, excuse me, just for the sake of time and so that we can be respectful of our other applicants and actually hear their cases, if you'll just stick to this particular case, that would be great, okay?
I am, and my issue is the parking on Thomas, and my concern is whether or not we're going to lose additional parking spaces on Thomas, and for me, that's an issue. I did speak with Andrew about this issue earlier today, and he made assurances to me that they have covered all the bases, and I just want to make sure that whatever they have proposed, the commission approves, and I am 100% for the project.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for calling in, John, to share your thoughts.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have anyone else looking to speak for or against this application?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicants? PJ?
Yeah, hey Angie, hey Alan, good afternoon.
Hey.
Question for you on height. I'm looking at the Zetwell survey. Which house are you using to compare your 26-foot 9-inch house to?
1428 Pecan Avenue.
Pecan Avenue.
Yes, and while this is residential, 1428, I believe it is multifamily. Our structure is commercial, and but is as far as a comparison of two-story structure next to a one-story structure, 1428 was the comparison at 30 feet. 30 feet 8 inches.
Okay. And just a question, so Christy, question for you. Are we just with height, with our guidelines, right? The height of the proposed building should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block within a 360 degree range of visibility, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm. This was covered extensively in the
Design workshop. Okay. By height on Pecan Avenue, and that this is at the edge of the district, that is sufficient to justify the 26-foot height.
That is up to you, and that is up to them to make that argument.
To your point, PJ, it was something we discussed, and we said that it was problematic.
Thank you, Angie and Alan.
Is that it? Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Barth.
I think Jessica was up first, but if Jessica, if you don't mind, I could skip ahead. I just have one quick question.
Please go ahead. I did not mean to have.
Okay. Angie, can you tell us, please, it's a little hard to see in the documents, what is your ceiling height on both floors of the proposed?
First of all, let me the background. So the ceiling height on the first floor is 10 feet, and the second floor is 9.
Thank you.
All right.
And here is one point that I would like to add.
Sure, Alan.
Okay. In that the force system, obtaining the ductwork and distribution of air would be taller. So that adds to some of the height. But what we tried to do was to, in the foundation, to have it on grade as a slab, but it would appear to have the brick traditional foundation covering the as the slope recedes to the rear. And there are other Victorian structures on the street that basically being a mix of bungalow and Victorian that do have the essence of a second floor appearance with some height. I don't have exactly, I can't exactly see or the heights, but there are some taller structures on the streets as you go down on Thomas.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification, Alan. Commissioners, any other questions of Angie or Alan before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Barth? Chris? Okay.
Sorry, I left my hand.
It's okay. All right. Anybody? Anyone?
This is Jessica. I do have a question.
Jessica.
Angie and Alan, can you just speak a little bit more to, I totally understand the site constraints and the challenges of the program on a commercial property on a rhomboid site, but I feel like the being parallel to the property line but oblique to the street, and I think if you can do the overhead of the entire block, Christy, I feel like experientially from a district perspective, that's something we pick up on. And so I'm slightly concerned about the angle to the street when there's such a strong parallel to the street in the faces of these properties.
Sure, if I may.
Please.
Okay, so if you look at the particular site, the alleyway is actually not parallel to the street, and that alleyway was respected as an exit to the site, which also is the exit for the four-story structure. So the parallel nature following the south property line is then what we tried to do with the front porch is to pick up on its angular nature with a traditional Victorian feature, which is an octagon. So that front right corner of the property, that's the area where it ties in and contributes. So if you also look at the tattoo shop that's right next door, its front is also in line with our structure. So it is parallel to our structure and not parallel to the street. So Christy, if you can go to one more slide, I think it's 269. Okay, right there. You can actually see its parallel nature, not parallel to the street. And it's not until you get to the north side of the property where it will be properly screened based on the zoning requirements that the adjacent property would be screened with fence and planting. So I think its nature, similar to the tattoo shop, which is, even though it's on the edge of the historic district, is not in the historic district, but considered another commercial piece of property. I think it does respect its nature as to addressing its non-parallel conformity. And if I may address the height too, the other thing that I think we need to keep in mind here too is that this is a commercial structure, unlike residential. If this was a single family residential lot, I could understand not going above the highest point on the block. But to its south, to its southeast, and behind the property and across the street is the commercial district of Historic Plaza Midwood. And I think we, trying to respect the residential nature of the street as well as the commercial nature of the structure. So its height, and Alan discussed its height, but I think we did discuss that. I think in the workshop. If Christy, correct me if I'm wrong. We also wanted to create an entryway into the neighborhood. It is, you know, as you had described earlier, the gateway. And we believe that that front right corner does define its gateway in. Also, too, if I may, one more thing. So the eave lines, right? The eave lines of the front porch, there's two different eave lines in the Victorian. You have the front porch and then you have the primary roof. And by lowering that eave line is also, I think, respecting its adjacent home. And if you look at the streetscape by Zootwell, you'd be able to see that it's almost at its adjacent eaves.
Okay. Any
This is Jessica again, and I actually just wanted to mention one last thing. Because it was years ago that you and Alan did an extensive research project on
Jessica, one moment. For anyone who is not speaking, if you'll mute your phone so we can hear the person speaking, please. Thank you, Jessica.
Sorry, that problem is actually in my office. So I was going to say, I think it was a few years ago, Angie, that you and Alan did a very extensive research study on commercial properties and residential buildings that anchor the corners of the district where they transition from commercial to residential. And I know it would be way too much to go into now, but do you think you or Alan could give a CliffsNotes version of that presentation that you guys did? Because I think it's meaningful before we go into deliberation.
Sure. I believe you're talking about the Rayner office and the Rayner project, which was Cleveland and Worthington, where that was a commercial project and it was the gateway to the Dilworth Historic District from South Boulevard. And it was an anchor. And that one also had a Victorian style of architecture as well. And
tower.
It was an octagonal tower that was restored because it had been removed. Is that the project you're referring to, Jessica?
It is, and I think you had done a study that went all the way up and down Cleveland Avenue and everything that ran parallel to the business district, so that and demonstrated that at each gateway entrance into the historic district, there was this sort of anchored larger residential style property that was in a commercial use that I thought was really informative. It was a pattern that definitely exists on the edge of these districts, and I don't think that we had seen prior to your research study on it.
Yes, that is correct. Alan and I did conduct it all up and down East Boulevard, Dilworth, Tremont, where it did indicate that corner lots were the anchors to commercial district as well as a lead into the residential districts. Thank you for reminding us of that, Jessica.
Did you say corner lots?
Thanks for...
Angie, did you say the corner lots were will you clarify what you just said again, please?
Yeah, so on that particular corner, it was on the corner of Cleveland and Worthington, where the historic district started. That is, and this is the entryway, the gateway into the historic district of Plaza Midwood, because you do not go all the way to Central Avenue. It actually stops right here on this piece of property.
And if I may, that was a point that we were making, was that as in likeness, South Boulevard is the commercial street, and Cleveland would have been the residential street that led into the residential development behind. And we found that there was sort of imposing architecture punctuating each corner of significant houses that had become commercial along Cleveland Avenue, because there was a sort of a difference between having the commercial street proper of South Boulevard Central Avenue, 1 block away from the main commercial corridor.
It was 1 block away. That is correct.
And this being both the plaza and commercial central.
Right. And one of the, and Kim, if I may add one more piece, and I promise I'll let you guys speak. One of the studies that, and discussions that I did have with Christy was there is a smoke shop or a head shop that sits next to Buffalo Exchange, and its parking is kind of on the street. It's right there. That is a 2-story, what was a residence at one point turned into a commercial structure. And it sits right next to the Workman's Friend restaurant.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you guys speak now.
No, Angie, we need all the information.
This is Andrew Rowe, and I'm the property owner. I wanted to just add one thing to that on the nature of the bookend, if I could, Christy.
Please, Andrew, continue.
Do I need to state my address?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name's Andrew Rowe. My address is 2128 Lombardi Circle.
Andrew, have you been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay.
I am the property owner and the occupant. I just wanted to say thank you for everybody for your time during just the awkwardness of trying to facilitate these meetings. I appreciate this. But to add to Jessica's comments and to Christy or to Angie's presentation, one of the things we talked about heavily with the 2 years of working with the Neighborhood Association, the Plaza Midwood Business Association, and all the surrounding stakeholders was about making this project an entry point into the neighborhood and how best to transition that. The consensus, and one of the things we implored Angie and Alan to do why we continuously went to the workshops and worked with staff, was to figure out how to create something that was of substance and stance moving into the neighborhood. So I understand that height limit is a concern. We had given iterations that were much higher, and we're trying to respect the surrounding structures as best and as appropriate as we can. And what we've come up with. But I wanted to let everybody know it was the culmination of a lot of work over the last couple of years, and a lot of the stakeholders, including the surrounding residences, the businesses, the associations that are involved in this.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other comments before we close for deliberation? Commissioners, any questions of the applicants while we're open? All right, let's close and talk about it. Thoughts? Why don't we do a little round robin here? PJ, I'll kick it over to you.
I mean, just continuing off of my comment during the Q&A period earlier, it's just height.
Mhm.
Right? I mean, I absolutely appreciate that it's right at the edge of the historic district. And I mean, Angie and Alan did a great job of providing another example, one street over, just kind of just struggling on 26.x feet when we look at the other houses on the block. That's all.
It's like 7 feet more than the next largest house. Commissioner Hayden.
I have no comments.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Commissioner Lineberger.
I agree. I've just been, as I followed all along, I've just really been focused more on the height, and I appreciate Jessica's comments and then Angie and Alan's responses on how they address the site and the placement on the site and addressing the angular aspect of it. But I think that was it. I really didn't have any issues or concerns.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Same with me. I don't have any major issues or concerns.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
I think I'm going to be the same as the first comment. I mean, the height for me is a big deal. If you look across this block and further into the district on Thomas Avenue, it's almost exclusively bungalows, and you know, there may be the random case of a Queen Anne or Victorian, but certainly not to this height level. I think it's going to be an impeding structure coming into the district and going down Thomas Avenue, which has a, you know, smaller scale buildings. That being said, I think they did a wonderful job composing a beautiful structure that's respectful of the surrounding buildings. It's just that height aspect to me is just too big of an issue to just ignore.
And in all fairness, Commissioner Romsch brought this up during the workshop, both height as well as the, I think it was the right side elevation he brought up. Commissioner Heineman, what are your thoughts?
I'm going back and forth on it because I'm trying to dig deep back into, you know, my Kevin Lynch studies about the patterns on the edges of these districts. And I do think that there are aspects of this project that are so thoughtfully considered from a more, you know, big picture abstract approach to the way these historic communities were established and the ways that they organically evolved over time. The height is something that I'm definitely struggling with. I've been sitting here on Google Street View, riding myself up and down Thomas Avenue and up and down the parallel streets, and things are a lot lower. And, you know, then I ask myself if we could take the floors and make them 9/6 and 8/6, would that help? But, you know, these Victorians and Queen Anne's, one of the hallmarks of them is these, you know, tall windows and soaring ceilings on the first floor. So I'm having a hard time balancing out those things. I certainly am comfortable that there is a pattern of the threshold into the historic neighborhoods being anchored on these edges by these slightly larger homes. And I think even if I just do a 180, the one across the street is a Victorian. But
is that 1323? 1323 Thomas Avenue?
I ended up on Nassau Boulevard over here. Let me pull my application open.
Jessica, I'm on page 268.
1319.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
1319 is the one that I'm looking at on Google Street View, which it's a Victorian, but a slightly smaller scale Victorian. So I'm back and forth on it for these reasons.
Well, the ridge height on 1319 is higher than the one Angie and Alan are proposing.
Is it original though?
Yeah, is it original? Do you know? While Christy looks that up, what do you all think about the right side elevation? Particularly the architects, like the left side elevation, there's a rhythm to it. And, you know, it's broken up. And I remember the right side being an issue, and Angie and Alan have said that, you know, they did some work on that side to break up the massing some. What are your thoughts on that? Anyone? Someone who can speak to the building science of it, maybe?
Maybe, may I interrupt?
This is Jessica.
Yeah, hold on, Jessica. Christy's about to give us an answer.
Okay, so 1319 is right here at the bottom corner of 268. So it is an original house. However, they have raised the house a couple of feet. If you can see where I'm pointing, see right here how the porch roof, this whole second story was raised years ago. And years ago approved by the commission. I would categorize that one as a Victorian. I would also categorize the next door neighbor at 1323 as a Victorian. These are more Queen Anne folk Victorians, and then also the 1431 that Jessica pointed out.
And 1323 is original? Okay.
At 25 feet, so it's got, that has an original roof line. I guess I'm saying it.
The only ridge I know that was raised is the 1319.
Yeah, so 1330.
And Christy, do you have an estimate of how much that one was raised? Because that could be meaningful to this discussion too, since it's a close.
So let me.
If it was 2 feet, then it's in the neighborhood of this discussion.
Let me try and pull. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and try and pull up Google Street View, because then we can see a clearer picture of this house.
And 1323 is the same ridge height as they're proposing for their property.
Well, within a couple feet, right?
A couple feet.
26.9, I think.
Yeah.
What's being proposed?
Compared to 25.1.
Okay. Yeah.
Continue to your discussion.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. So right side elevation, Jessica, you were about to say something about that, I think.
Yeah, for the right side elevation, I'll say, having worked on historic homes, commercial, that have been converted to commercial properties in the historic districts, the overwhelming challenge is the percent of glazing limitation, which is just so restrictive. And we have had a near impossible time coming anywhere close to the rhythm and fenestration requirements of our guidelines when we've tried to reconcile it with the fenestration limitations. So that's really what I was going to offer. I think the reason I don't have too much of a problem with that elevation is understanding the sometimes insurmountable hurdles of that requirement.
Mm. So it's a challenge with it being designed as it is, but there could be a different design where the challenge wouldn't be as great. Is that the case or no?
So the application is for a 30-foot wide structure, which is a challenge in and of itself for a commercial property. So we, if we were to request a different solid void ratio, fenestration or rhythm on that side, it would either be, it would either run against the requirements for the glazing limitations, which are extremely strict, or compromise the width, right? If we're asking for ins and outs, and the side setback. So I think that the limitations on this side of the property are so extreme is what I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I'm still stuck on height, right? When I look at 1323, I'm guessing that's a single family home, and looking at our guidelines, it says we need to compare single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily.
Commercial to commercial.
Right. So,
Yeah.
on the same block, historic height, right? And I don't know what other issues we have, but we could continue this and have Angie and Alan come back with some other examples on the same block, or something to help justify that height, or maybe a restudy on the height.
I think a restudy on the height is going to be more of a logical choice, because I think Angie and Alan have studied what's on the block. They've presented it.
Can I interject here for a moment? I think one of the biggest problems for me is that with the proposed project, we have 2 stories of full height wall versus the examples of the close to the same height buildings that we're looking at, the single family homes, we have ridge lines that are much lower than that. Especially was it 1923 or 1823?
1323.
Excuse me, 1323.
Mhm.
The eave lines are much lower. So when you're coming down this street, you're going to see a full story above the roofs that already start to recede as you go back on the building massing.
Mhm.
Just something I want to point out.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to articulate that myself, Chris, so I appreciate that. That the houses that do come close in the height comparison, the upper level, at least in the front, kind of drops back, is independent of a porch roof, and has like a 3/4 story quality to it in the front. And so the presentation of this will be in contrast of that with a full 2-story wall. I don't know that that's the solution, but that definitely is the pattern along this block, which I'm struggling with.
And I'm glad you said, Jessica, pattern on that block, right? Because I mean, first off, I love the example, the subject example from 1428 Pecan Avenue that they use as kind of the baseline for this project. But that's also Pecan Avenue. And when you look at the other structures that are on that block, would that 2-story the way it is, does it match the context for the block?
And that is what we're charged with doing.
It matches the context 2 streets over.
Mm-hmm. But we're doing a 360 on this street. Yeah. Any other comments about this? Right now, we did a round robin, and right now we're stuck on height. So where do we go from here?
Height and potentially context.
Height and context. Which then, that means providing examples of alternate designs, which, then means I don't think we should be addressing any other points about this project, because height will affect everything else. It's a domino effect. So because we're stuck on height in context, does anyone want to make a motion towards a continuance to restudy this? Will anyone? Yeah, it's thunder.
I'd venture a try if you all will help me out, which you always do with friendly amendments. And of course,
Especially since it's commercial.
yeah. So I would like to make a motion to continue this application on the following points. One is height.
6.6.
6.6, number 2, the height of the proposed building should not be taller than the tallest historic building on the block within a 360-degree range of visibility. And you need to compare the same type, i.e. single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily, commercial to commercial.
This is commercial.
Yeah, he said single to single, multi to multi, commercial to commercial.
Okay.
Yep.
Just clarifying that.
And 2, context.
It's number 2. Wait. And yeah, it's number 2. So single family to single family, multi. Yeah, it's 6.6, number 2.
Yep, that was all in there. And then context.
Oh no.
I had it. I lost it. Anybody?
It's the preamble of new construction. The street character and the surrounding properties are considered to be the context for any new building. So that's 6.1, new construction, the preamble.
6.1. New construction preamble.
Context is the first paragraph, the third from.
The street character and surrounding properties are considered to be the context of any new building. So essentially what I'm trying to say is the style of the house needs to fit into the context of the block within 360 degrees.
Do I hear a second on PJ's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Anything that Angie and Alan might be able to take away from this discussion would be helpful? Yes, please.
Look on page 6.1, but if you go to the fourth paragraph, zoning along the edges of some areas of the historic districts allows for larger multifamily or commercial buildings to minimize their impacts. They shall enforce design guidelines through scale reducing techniques. Just, breaking up the elevation into smaller bays, bearing building planes, breaking up the roof masses using multiple materials. That's probably something that should be thought of.
You got it? It's down here. Zoning. Starting right there.
The irony of this discussion is that the photo of new construction on page 6.1 is one of Alan and Angie's designs that's been held up as a success in the district. And it's beautiful, and it blends in beautifully. I personally am okay with it being bigger. I think it's the appropriate location for it to be bigger. I'm not completely on board with this height and the two-story face, but I'm 100% okay with it being bigger in this location for this programming.
So bigger, it sounds like, Jessica, you're agreeing with the preamble in 6.1 with it being bigger, but having, what does it say, scale reducing techniques?
Yeah, the zoning along the edges paragraph is the one that I would reference for my position.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The zoning along the edges paragraph.
Yeah. So that would be a friendly amendment to include so that it can be taller, but it should not be overwhelmingly taller so that you see nothing but wall when you enter the district. There should be scale reducing techniques used.
I think so. Let me just try to restate. Dan, apologies. Take notes. So we'd like to make a motion to continue this application based on guideline 6.6. Number 2, proposed height of the building should be no taller than tallest historic building on the block within a 360-degree view. And guideline 6.1, the preamble,
which speaks to context.
Speaks to context as well as commercial buildings on the fringe, whereby scale reducing techniques should be used to help minimize the impact on entering the neighborhood.
Perfect.
How's that sound?
Chris, you still with that?
Sounds good.
All right. Candy? All right. So any discussion of the motion before we vote? Okay. Commissioner Hayden?
No.
No. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Heineman?
No.
No. Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So 5 yes, 2 no to continue. Thank you, Andrew, Alan, and Angie. Huh? Oh, Chris Barth. All right, so we are moving on to 1539 Merriman Avenue. Okay, I believe, Kevin, are you on the phone?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, Kevin. Welcome. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. Swear him in, please.
Okay, so if you will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and the information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Kevin. This is 1539 Merriman Avenue. Y'all, the commission approved addition. It was almost like corrective surgery on this house a little back. And they are back. There was some discussion about wrapping the porch around, and then the applicant decided not to pursue that with the commission, but now that they're underway, they decided that they want to add one more bay to the house, and they want to wrap the porch just around this left side. And there are pictures of existing conditions, right side, rear, houses around block, and then you can see on the plans, here is the existing floor plan on page 286. And this is the only area they're asking for, is this area I'm circling with my pointer on 286. Kevin, is there anything else you'd like to share about the project or add?
No. I think the plans pretty much show what we're trying to achieve, and to me, it just looks like we're trying to finish off the corner. It looks undone to me.
And I should note, this house is a corner lot. And I think that's, Kevin, this is another reason why you want to address that Larch Street elevation.
Yeah, that side of the house,
Yes.
like I said, it looks like it's unfinished. So wrapping that porch around and giving it a finished look and bringing that small gable around, I think we'll do that.
So it's the side right here on 279.
I don't know what slide it is, but it shows a pretty good rendition on A201 plans. I don't know what slide that would be. Right.
288.
Yep, there you go. So you can see how it kind of, finishes it off. That's all I have.
Okay, perfect. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Heineman?
I just need a clarification on the drawings, and it is this slide 288. In the new side elevation, well, first let me say I'm all for this. I was really hoping that this would happen in the first iteration. In the new side elevation, the back pier on the wraparound portion appears to be, I don't know, maybe 4 feet off the front corner of the house. And Christy, if you go back to the plan, the back pier appears in line with the corner of the house, which I think is going to give us a very small gable and wraparound feeling. So just need clarification of where that is.
The elevation would be the correct. That would be where it would end up.
Okay, thank you. That would be my.
Yeah, the footprint of it is incorrect.
All right, so just to confirm, the left elevation drawing is correct?
Yes, sir. Slide 288 is correct. And I guess it's 2 pages back where you have A100, where you have to show the footprint of the layout of the house. That is incorrect. He did not bring it far enough around.
Okay.
It would also appear as if that particular bay on the porch is drawn incorrectly. It should be a little further to the left if it's going to be uniform all the way across, which it appears to be in the elevation, other elevation.
That
Is
is, sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody got that?
Mm-hmm.
Water bay, deeper bay.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
I was going to address the same issue, and I don't think that we've seen it on here, but it was in the packet. So I don't know if it's on these slides, but it also showed a foundation plan, and that appeared to be not, there it is. There it was, 290.
Yeah, so that foundation plan
Yeah.
is correct.
So that's very short.
Oh,
Am
you're
I
talking-
just not?
It'll turn out that's what the engineer did, and he was incorrect with his measurements. So it would come out and be symmetrical with the front, and then come around the corner and be symmetrical with the corner also.
Okay.
So we'll need updated documents. Commissioner Bonaparte?
I thought it was pretty straightforward. I didn't have any questions. I did notice on the existing, and this doesn't have anything to do with what we're looking at, but I did notice a difference in the window, and I was just curious if that was accurate or not. But other than that, as far as the porch is concerned, I don't have any concerns.
Okay. Okay, anyone else? All right, let's close for deliberation. So in my off, it sounds like we need accurate drawings. Anyone, someone?
I think Michelle's right. I think they're missing a window. I had not caught that, but I think you're right about that.
I don't think it's missing. I think it's just been enlarged. So if you look at 288, it's just an upper sash. And on the proposed, they're actually doing just a full length window.
Christy, in the construction photos, the window's just not there. Michelle's right.
Wait, what slide are you looking at? 288?
The existing conditions photos at the beginning of the application.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Well, Cindy would make them put that in when she checks it at the end. But we're glad you caught that.
Good eye, Michelle.
Yeah, good eye, Michelle. Thank you.
Good job.
All right, so it wouldn't hurt to put that in a motion also, just to make sure that we catch it or that we have some checks and balances. Okay, we need accurate drawings. We need the window accounted for. So Michelle, do you want to make a motion on this one? You can do it.
Got this.
You got it. And you have the whole team behind you.
So are we continuing this, or are we saying approve it with these changes?
I hear audible sounds to the latter.
Okay, continuing.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
So, Michelle, you can reference slide 288 and direct staff that the floor plans and all other plans need to be accurate to match 288.
Okay.
Testified by the applicant, and that staff should also make sure that the window that appears to be missing on the photos, but shown on the plans is included. And if you do that, you can approve it with those conditions.
All right. Okay, so I make a motion to approve the application with the following conditions. That accurate plans or floor plans are submitted to staff or submitted, and that the side, is this the left side elevation? Left side elevation matches slide 288, and that staff make sure that the missing window on the left side elevation is included. You mentioned something else, Christy, about testified.
That's fine. That's fine. You did good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a second for Nichelle's motion?
Second.
All right, seconded by Jim Hayden. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's do roll call. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Lineberger.
Sorry, yes.
It's okay. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 7-0. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your help, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Yep. Y'all enjoy your night. Thank you for your time.
All right,
Thank
you
you.
too. All right, so we are moving on to number 12, 1308 Lexington Avenue.
Okay. So I'm not sure who's on the call for this. I think Bill and Don. Don, Bill, are you here?
Okay, can you hear me now? I think I unmuted.
Yes. Hi, welcome.
I'm down as Bill, but this is Don Duffy. Bill is on, and so is Megan and Ryan.
Okay. Have y'all been sworn in?
I heard the swearing in exercise. I raised my hand, so I would say yes. And I
Okay.
think Megan and Ryan may speak as well.
We have not been sworn in.
I'll swear you in. It's quick and painless. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following questions. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do. I'll put my,
Is 1308 Lexington Avenue. It is a proposal of two parts. The first part is the demolition of an existing garage on the property. And the second part is the construction of a new accessory building that is approximately 21 feet 11 inches, which is shorter than the primary structure at 23 feet 2 inches. So at this time, Don, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Don Duffy, 301 Providence Road, architect.
Okay. And Don, wherever you want to start.
We'll just start with the demolition. So we have an existing garage, clapboard, that is inadequate for a car, today's cars. And we'd like to replace it with a new structure. So that to me is very straightforward. The new structure is actually a carport with a guest quarters above, work at home type space, which is becoming very necessary these days. We have left it a carport instead of a garage to keep it open. We have a severely truncated site, which you can see from the site plan, that it is very much compromised our rear yard space. If we had a rectangle, it would just be so much nicer. And you'll notice that the building was designed to follow the skew, and then we squared up. So that produced some challenges for us just to get the stair in, but we got it worked out. We've picked up our cues from the house, which is a ranch. maybe mid-century modern ranch. So we have the front-facing gable kind of picking up on the gable of the front of the house. The right side of the carport is a louvered ventilated wall just for privacy and some weather screening. And then it has the storage in the back, and upstairs a bath and a guest space, functional space. We are very tight on the house. We've made this building about as short as we can to function for cars. We're maybe 20 feet deep inside, which is a little short for me if it were for as a car goes, but we're covered. And that's it. I think the drawings are pretty clear. We are shorter than the house. The house sits above the road. The driveway rises to the side steps and then kind of levels off. So even by, I think the lay of the land, we're shorter than the house. The rendering that you can see, which I can not read, let me enlarge this. 307, you can see that garage in the rear and how it kind of plays up with the single window on the front house gable to our single window. Kind of a smaller scale dormer with the single window. And the siding you'll see there will match the siding of the front of the house. Megan or Ryan, you care to add?
No, Don, I think you covered all the key points here.
Okay. I'm happy to take questions. I've got the live drawings open as well, so if there's any mathematical questions, I should be able to get pretty quick answers. I will say we are under our 50% rule, if that's a question that one of the commissioners may have. We're at about 37%. So we're well under the 50% rule. And that includes what is shown in the site plan, the driveway, the steps. I will if you'll look off our property to the north, the two garages that are actually on to Berkeley, they are context for the rear of the building, and it's very congested back there. Really, there's absolutely no way our building can be seen. It's even hard to take photographs based on the vegetation and the context of this angle. So we really have no rear yard context at all.
Slide 302.
Get back on the big screen, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll take questions if you have any for the commissioners.
These are presented together as one application. So Don, why don't we just continue on with the rest of the application and then we'll do questions after you're done.
Okay. Well, so let's go to, we've got 305, I think we've got the Zotwell streetscape. It just I think confirms our height. So I don't know that it's very, the most compelling is our front elevation on the drawings. This 307, that we believe that's pretty accurate to the height based on bringing the model in and then inserting it into the photograph. But we're also mathematically, we're measured and we are shorter by, I think it's on the drawings. Christy, if you could go to the elevations. I'm going to have to go to my drawing if I have to read. I can't see the numbers on here.
Hey, Don, this is Ryan. So it's shorter by 1 foot and 3 inches from the.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So Christy, I don't know if we can screen share, but I don't think we really need to at this point, but if the model helps, I can share my screen, which is a little more 3D, but I feel like the drawings cover the issues as the building relates to the house and the heights. So let's go to 308 and 9. 10, 11, keep going. So this showing the 4 elevations and then the building sections, which you may or may not be interested in. So the front elevation, we've tried to keep this as narrow as we possibly can. And by making this a carport, we were able to do that. So we have kind of the smaller scale dormer with the single window and then a more of a decorative interest. This is the view from the kitchen window. And then the roof rises up to a side-to-side gable and the stairs straight up and makes a right-hand turn into the building. And then we have the bath as a shed dormer out the back. And that dormer, we've sized that bath to what I believe is kind of a minimum, trying to get to actually just meet the program. And you can see on the rear elevation how we truncated that center wall. We literally just, it's as if we just chopped the wall off to follow the property line. And then the neighbor's side elevation is the louvered wall on the left center there, right side elevation, with the louvers, the shed dormer, the gable to the front, and just awning windows kind of up high. Let's go to 12. And that's it.
Okay.
So,
All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Want to kick us off, Commissioner Lineberger?
Hi, Dawn. I just really want to comment that I think it's a great solution to a really, really tricky site issue. I don't have any issues or comments really at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions, commissioners? Any thoughts? Okay. We will close for, oh, perfect. Commissioner Heineman.
Don, I just have a quick question about the rear elevation. And I'm studying the geometry of everything and understanding the truncated wall. I'm not sure if this is possible or not, but is it possible to return, you know, a fin of that roof across on top of the back door there, so we're not looking at a 2-story wall? Understanding that you can't actually see this from anywhere.
We could take the main gable and run it over. It was very challenging to actually, and I think these two roofs line up. If we were to carry the main gable roof across to break the wall up, I didn't do it, given the context is that absolutely nobody but a lineman will be able to see this elevation. So I just didn't do it, but we could very, very easily do it as a picture. Would not have any issue with that.
Yeah. I think this slide 302 tells that story pretty well for you, that there's just not, it's not possible to see it. So maybe we can just discuss that in deliberation. I'm not sure if I feel strongly about it, but it'd be nice.
But it is very doable, and we would just return it. I just didn't because I just didn't feel like I needed it in this case.
And Christy, can you go back to slide 308? Sorry, 307. This one just tells the story for me. This is a great exhibit. I feel like it represents you really well. It's a really challenging site, so thank you for this.
All right, any other questions or comments before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Help me. We're not supposed to demolish historic outbuildings, so unless, I mean, we're talking about this new build, so why? What am I missing? Did anyone else think this?
Do we need to follow the same guidelines for demolition, the worksheet that we normally do? For
No.
this accessory structure? Okay.
Christy says no. So Christy, how is this different? Because clearly we're talking about what will go there.
Usually
So,
outbuildings can be demolished by staff.
okay.
But since this was all part and parcel of something that staff couldn't approve, given the visibility.
Sure.
That's why everything is here to the commission.
Sure. So will you speak then to, because I just need help on this. Will you speak to the demolishing of the shed garage? Because they didn't provide evidence that it's dilapidated.
Have required that evidence in the past.
Okay.
And you've allowed that to be presented to staff. Specifically, I believe it was on another portion of Berkeley, I think. This doesn't Berkeley intersect with Euclid or across from the Dilworth Elementary School?
I mean, this sounds familiar, but yeah. And if it's not dilapidated and there's no evidence to prove it.
So Kim, all the guidelines say is that retain and repair applications for the demolition of dilapidated accessory structures may be eligible for administrative approval. And then you have the other guidelines for accessory buildings, such as placing new outbuildings, such as garages or sheds to the rear of lots that are large enough to accommodate them. New outbuildings cannot be located in front and side yards, and design outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character. So, you know, taking that with the overall preamble of allowing some of our districts to evolve for modern living and looking at the topography of this site, I think what the applicant's trying to show is there's no other place for this. Like, they can't do both. They can't keep the historic one and build something that is actually usable. But again, this is all up to the commission and your determination about the hierarchy of historic buildings in districts.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Anyone ready for a motion? If we don't have comments or questions, I guess we have an idea of a motion. So, yeah.
So, I mean, just a couple of comments. I know just X number of applications ago, we required the applicant to, because his second and first story walls are coplanar, we had him bring in all three sides of the dormer by a foot. So I think we need to make a recommendation to address how the walls are coplanar on the garage between the first and second story. I also appreciate that it's garage or shed city in the back, back in that corner, and the lot is challenging. I think I'm just generally having trouble with, I don't know if I want to call it the massing or just how the roof line and the rear elevation is a whole lot. I don't know. Jessica, I think Jessica said a truncated wall or a truncated roof. I'm having issues with that.
Any thoughts on the roof forms of this accessory structure?
And I think if you also look at the dimensions, right, the height and width, it lends to more of a vertical expression where the house has a more horizontal expression. Right? I don't know. I just have a couple of things that are jumping out at me.
What are your thoughts about that, Chris Barth? What PJ just said?
Can we go back? Sorry, I don't have the application pulled up on my computer. Can we go back to that, please, Christy? The elevations. I mean, I think there are several elements that certainly read as vertical. I think from the street view, you know, it has, you know, some horizontal expression. it's I think it's thoughtfully done and reads just fine. I think it's okay.
Jessica?
Yeah, I don't, with this set of site conditions, I'm fine with it. I think that we are ultimately going to have to face the new reality across the board with projects that we live in a world where people have to have dedicated home offices in a manner that has never really been the case before. And if the mission statement of this commission is to adapt to the changes in the patterns of living, and we have a site that has this level of constraints, this applicant is in need of a long-term home office and is not asking to go up on a very short house and is not asking to go back. I mean, this is a clever solution that I think is thoughtfully done to address 8.9 number 3. It's highly compatible with the style and character of the primary structure, and I'm really fine with it. If we had a different view of the back, or if we had a lot that was squared off, I would have different comments about the rear elevation. But this is a site constraint that is really extreme.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, I'm kind of the opposite. I'm still at 8.9 number 3. We need to restudy the rear elevation to make sure that the overall structure is compatible.
And Jessica, were you saying that, and please forgive me, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying because this won't be seen and because it's a special kind of lot that things that might bother you about the rear elevation, if those points weren't the case, don't bother you because the conditions of this lot?
I do think that the site constraints are a factor, and that in sites with extreme constraints, we typically take that into account. I mean, when I'm looking at this one, I'm looking at all of the concessions that this applicant has already made. I mean, the carport in lieu of the garage, the dimensions of it are much smaller than a standard 2-car garage that we see come before us. I think if we had to compare this site with other sites and the size and scale of this accessory building with other accessory buildings that we see on a regular basis, it would make the case that this is a modest and compatible application. But the site constraints, I do think, are a consideration. If we wanted to say, what if the other 2 garages come down and you can see the back of it, we could probably ask for that fin of roof over that back door. I do believe that it's totally impossible to see it under the current site conditions. And as far as the setbacks on the dormer issue go, we reviewed several projects on Berkeley where we've allowed a much closer condition because of the site constraints. I'm thinking of the 2 that are closest to Euclid that we made that allowance.
Okay.
Then I'd like to see those as examples then.
Okay. Why don't we get a feel for Team Henningsen? So who wants to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to say continue this application to have a restudy in the rear elevation to address any massing issues and put planar to the first. Am I not talking in my mind? I would like to make a motion to continue this application based on guideline 8.9 number 3 to restudy the rear elevation to address massing issues and that the walls are coplanar between the first and second stories.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chris Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Let's take
This
a,
is Jessica. I have an honest question about that. If it's the rear elevation of an accessory building, isn't that a staff issue? Like, we could make that recommendation, but that sounds to me, if that's the only concern, that it's an approval with conditions.
But when you bring in the walls to address the coplanar aspect, what's that going to do to the roof lines? And also with the massing, how it's just, it's so incredibly flat in the back.
But on the one that we reviewed earlier today, that was the issue, and it was approved with conditions.
That is true, but my motion is massing. It is massing. So let me be more specific on massing then. If we can go to slide, there's a really great 3D slide. It says proposed accessory structure site selection. Yeah, that one. And I wish we could all use pointers. Christy, can you move
Slide 306?
Slide 306, thank you. So Christy, can you move your mouse up to the 3D where essentially goes on the rear property line? So I'm having issues, and maybe you could help me describe it more accurately with just how flat. I think you said a truncated wall or a truncated roof, how the massing, reads a story and a half, really tall, right up on the property line. The roof line on the rear, the roof line at the rear property line is tremendously shorter than the roof line at the front elevation. Again, if anyone wants to help me articulate this, maybe I'm the only one that has a challenge with the massing on the rear.
It's the truncation, but I think if that's the concern,
yeah,
what you're asking is for it to be pulled forward on the site, and our guidelines say that it should be pushed back on the site.
No, I'm not talking
So
about.
it's just a conflict that we would need to resolve.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the location of the structure on the site. I'm just, I'm talking about.
why don't we do this? We had a motion, we had a second, we are having discussion about the motion. Why don't we see who wants to vote for it? Are you guys up for that?
Hold on, somebody.
Okay, so let's go around. Jim Hayden?
No.
No. Jessica Heineman?
No.
Krista Lineberger?
No.
Chris Barth?
I've changed my position. I'm a no.
Okay. Jessica Heineman, did I call you Jessica? Yeah. PJ?
That's correct, you already called me.
Yeah, PJ, yes for the continuation. Kim Parati, yes for the continuation. Who did I not call?
No.
No. So right now we have 5-2, so we need another motion.
Motion fails.
So one of the no's, if you could put together a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Do I have a second for?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Hayden's motion. All right, we've been discussing it. Is it okay if we just vote? All right, Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
No.
Commissioner 1, 2, 3, 4. Who did I not call?
Hayden.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Parati, no. So 5 yes, 2 no. It is approved.
Kelly, are you on? Kelly Jenkins?
I am, yes.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And Marvin Greer, are you on? He might be one of our.
Myron is Myron's having problems with his computer. He's had to join from his desktop, which doesn't have speakers.
Okay. So we have, according to Candace, we have 2 people who have joined us through. If someone could turn down the volume on your computer, maybe that would help with feedback issues. Candace, if you would take the 2 that are on.
Christy, this is Jessica Hindman.
Jessica.
I have to recuse from this one.
Yes, thank you. Candace, if you would take the callers that are on and take them off mute so we can find out if they're for this application.
Both callers are off mute.
Okay.
The feedback is coming from one of the callers, so we need to figure out who that is.
Yes, thank you. Callers on the phone, if you would identify yourself, please. Who is calling in on the telephone?
Kelly Jenkins, are you using your computer and your phone to call in?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's who I have, and I think we lost Myron Greer, and he was the second caller.
Okay, so Kelly, since you're using your phone, if you can turn the volume off on your computer, I think that will.
It is.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hold on a second.
Is your mic on the computer? Can you mute that as well?
Yes, thank you. IT, thank you for IT.
Maybe function F1, maybe?
I'm just going to ditch the computer because we don't have a lot of complicated materials.
Okay, that sounds good.
Christy, I also believe that Myron Greer has joined us.
Okay. Hi, Myron. Are you with us? Myron?
I guess not. He's showing up on our list, though. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Well, Kelly, have you been sworn in? I know you've been off and on the meeting.
No, I have not.
Okay, we'll start there.
Okay, please raise your right hand, Kelly, and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. The next application is 1804 Thomas Avenue. They have done a lot of site work and in the back of the property, but there is one item that staff cannot approve since it's changing an original historic walkway. And that is the scope of the application, is to change a historic, it is shown in the pictures, concrete walkway, and the applicant is proposing, it also needs to rebuild, I believe, the front steps, like for like, but the main issue for the commission is the front walkway, and she wants to install a new herringbone brick pattern, which is shown on slide 319. And also shown on 319 is the width of the new walkway is increasing to be even with the steps. So, Kelly, is there anything else you want to add?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Go for it.
So I'm not sure I'm not sure how historic the concrete walkway is. I know that the steps were replaced sometime in the mid-late 80s when my house was actually a business. But yeah, I would love to replace it with a brick walkway. There's a number of brick walkways in the Plaza Midwood Historic District. Some of them are new, some of them are pretty old. I was reading through the guidelines, and it from what I can see, as far as these things go, the concrete walkways, it's not a distinctive feature of the house. It's not significant to the character of the house or the neighborhood. And I'm proposing to replace it with wood mold bricks that would be historically appropriate, look as similar as possible to the bricks that are already on my house.
Okay, anything
That's all I
else?
got.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. Do you have pictures of your historic or of the walkway that you think speaks to the historic nature of it before you own the home? Any evidence of what the walkway looked like before?
No, I don't. Not past 2000.
Okay. All right, commissioners, any other questions of Ms. Jenkins? All right, we will close for deliberation. Our guidelines speak directly to retaining historic walkways, and I know Ms. Jenkins says that she doesn't believe that that's historic, but we don't have pictures speaking to anything else but that. So I'm inclined not to approve this, but I can't make a motion. So what do you all say?
I mean, I love a brick herringbone entry just as much as the next person. I agree that concrete walkways can be kind of boring. However, all historic walkways to houses that I've seen in our residential historic districts, 99% are concrete. So without any evidence otherwise, I'm inclined to say that you retain your existing historic walkway, and if it's broke, fix it as is.
With original
materials. So we'll fix concrete with concrete.
That sounds like a motion, PJ.
I'd like to make a motion to deny this application based on guideline 8.2. Number 1, retain existing historic walkway. And number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving and color, size, texture.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Discussion, PJ, you tailed off at the very end. Did you say dimension?
As a friendly amendment, I did not, but
Okay, thank you.
and dimension. So retain existing historic walkways, 8.2 number 1 and 8.2 number 7. Repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving and color, size, texture, and finish.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth, what say you?
Are we open for discussion or are we voting? Because I have a question.
Okay, so discussion?
So the curved sidewalk from the garden area, is that in review here or has that been approved previously?
I'd have to ask Candace. I think we did not approve that.
Do we need to include that in this motion?
If you would like to.
Did you hear that, PJ?
Can I request that we look at the existing photos to see if they're what is in the area where this is going, please?
If I look at the site plan on slide something. So, yeah, on slide 318, I only see a concrete walkway to the porch. I don't see a curved one.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I think this is in their proposed site plan. So I think we would need to mention something about whether that curved walk would be acceptable or not. I think it would be fine. It looks like it's not going, to the sidewalk or anything. So I'd be fine with letting that one go. I just think this one that they're trying to replace does not meet our guidelines.
All right, so what does everyone feel about adding a walkway? Right, because any new walkways, any new paving material must be compatible with the character and context of the project, right? So if we have a concrete walkway from the sidewalk to the porch, then we should be consistent with the curved walkway from the driveway to the lawn.
Oh, I have a correction. The applicant has emailed me and says the curved walkway is removed.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Perfect.
Thanks, Kelly.
So original motion stands, deny 8.2, number 1, retain existing historic walkways, and number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving in its color, size, texture, and finish.
Do you still want to second that, Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Chris Barth?
Aye.
Nichelle Bonaparte?
Yes.
Jessica Heineman?
She's recused.
That's right. Krista Lineberger?
No.
No. Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati, yes. That should be 6-0.
5-1.
5-1.
5-1, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so on to, thank you, Kelly.
Very last item.
And PJ has to recuse from this one, and we'll welcome Commissioner Henningsen back.
PJ,
Commissioner Heineman back.
Are you gonna stay in the meeting? Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So Brian, I believe you're on the call. Hi, Brian.
How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Is Rob joining us too?
He is, I believe. He's chasing. I know he's got kids at home, so he's gonna chime in as needed. I think there he is.
Okay. All right. Everyone's familiar, right? Okay, Brian, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
All right, Brian, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next application is 251 West Kingston Avenue. This house has an addition that predates the district from 2007. And the project is an after the fact request. There was a portion of wood siding on the rear elevation that was removed and a notice of violation was issued. And so staff's been working with the property owner and the contractor, and they've provided a lot of pictures about the existing conditions. And at this point, I'm just going to turn it over to you, Brian, to better explain the project. Brian, if you could state your name and your address, please.
Brian Wilson, address 251 West Kingston Avenue. History of the property is that it was in 2007. I think it was used to be 2 houses, and someone came and joined them together and added a whole second and third story on the back, and totally redid the house in 2007. And then in 2016, as you'll see on page 7 of the application, I had to replace a lot of the siding, spent like $6,600 replacing siding on the front and back of the house because it was rotted and deteriorated or whatnot. And here we are 5 years later, and in 2016 replaced it with same materials, you know, and here we are 4 years later, and you can see some of the pictures, and that material that was placed 4 years ago is now was completely rotted and peeling away from the house, as you'll see. And so Rob advised that, you know, hey, if you don't want to replace this every 3 to 4 years, and as we pulled off the siding, we realized that there was much more extensive damage underneath that needed to be addressed, and so we replaced some of that with, and I'll let Rob speak to that because I couldn't speak to that directly, but I know that he shored up the foundation and, you know, installed, you know, good wood underneath, and then we installed some fibrous cement to try and match the existing aesthetic as much as possible, so that, you know, again, trying to preserve let me back up a little bit further. My understanding, and why this is an after the fact, my understanding was I was completely naive or ignorant, whatever you want to call it, but I didn't realize that there was that, you know, materials was a part of what was protected in the historic district. I thought it was just aesthetics and dimensions and design and that kind of stuff. And so what we were trying to do, the spirit of what we were trying to do, is replace the completely deteriorated rotted wood with wood or something that looked like wood, identical looking, identical aesthetic, but yet wouldn't need to be replaced in 3 to 4 years. And so that was the spirit of what we were doing. And then I was made aware that that was in violation, and so we were rightfully shut down, and so here we are. But that's sort of the story of what happened and the history, and I'll let Rob add anything else to it. Happy to answer any questions. And other than that, appreciate the commission's time and consideration.
Hey, Brian, did you say this? The siding on the total house is not the original siding?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is that it, Brian?
I should say correct to the best of my knowledge. I was told that was by the realtor when I bought the house, that it was all redone.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Commissioners, questions of Brian? If there are no questions, then we'll go into deliberation. All right, we'll close for deliberation and we'll do a round robin. Commissioner Hayden?
Well, it would seem as if since none of the existing siding is original, we would not be asking to replace with original siding. And it would seem that we would allow an alternative material given the fact that it's not historic material, it's on the building now. In effect, not quite new construction, but almost. Certainly since some of it has been replaced in the last few years.
Okay.
And obviously there's a problem here. Somehow it needs, his discussion of his bigger problem seems real.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Can you come back to me?
Sure. Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree. I think that if it's not original and we've allowed the Hardy Plank artisan to replace, or for new construction, we've allowed that, and this is an original, then I don't see why there would be an issue. But I do want to comment, I'm a little bit stunned that that there's this type of damage. I was just astounded when I looked at this before the meeting, at this kind of damage in such a short period of time. It just makes me think there's something else going on there, but anyway, that's not for us to decide, I know.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Heineman?
For me, this one's not completely adding up. I mean, I don't see evidence that there's no original siding on this house. The selection of a wood Dutch lap siding for a project like this would be so unusual if it wasn't original or matching original, and particularly if it was built before the district. That seems like a really unusual decision. Like if it was built before the district was established, one probably would have not chosen that material. The reason it would be there is because it's original. And we have houses with wood siding on them that are over 100 years old that we evaluate all day, every day. So this is not replacing this siding with a composite material is not going to solve the problem. This is a flashing problem. The water is getting in from the inside of these walls, not coming through the siding.
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. My thought is this was a building built in 1946. I don't think we should treat it like new construction. Granted, there was a major addition that took place later, but I don't think we should be treating this like new construction. So the proposal is to remove the replacement wood siding and install fiber cement. So I think we should be speaking to that and see if a motion comes out of it.
Sorry, this is Jessica again. I know that it's beyond the jurisdiction of this commission, but I think that this homeowner is being encouraged to spend a lot of money replacing the siding on their house to solve a problem that's not going to be solved with this.
Jessica, Christy was just about to add a third alternative to the mix. So
in recent years, when you approve additions to houses, the additions can be a different material, but you require the original material in the main house. So maybe there's some sort of like creative hybrid solution here.
So I'm going to defer to the architects on that then. So Jessica, you were talking about the house and the problem not being the siding. What do you think about Christy's point, which is, maintain the historic materials on the main house and find some kind of comparable material for the addition?
Christy, do you have any documentation about what the historic house was? Was it a 6-room wood Dutch lap as it appears to have been?
So all we know is the addition was done in 2007, and that's from building permit information. The Google Street View only goes back to 2011, and the district was established in 2010. So
and these problems are in proximity to the 2007 work, not on the historic home.
For the most
part. Is that correct? That's what I'm seeing in the application, yeah.
That's my understanding for the most part. But I would defer to the applicant.
Do you want?
Is Andrea on the line? Can I ask the city attorney a question?
I'm here.
Do we open ourselves up to anything by being a part of a solution that's not going to solve a problem here? We're not building scientists, and I think we're getting into something that doesn't feel good.
So, Commissioner Heineman, I would concur with you about trying to create a solution that is beyond the scope of your authority, in terms of determining whether or not a solution will be effective or not for the long term is really beyond your scope. So it would be inappropriate for you to try to develop a solution with any sort of guarantee or even hope that it would solve a certain problem beyond your guidelines. Again, as you all are very, very familiar with the fact that your purview and your authority is limited to the scope of the guidelines as it relates to materials and the determination of whether or not they're consistent or rather not incongruous with the guidelines. So to that end, if your discussion happens to address it in a cursory manner, that should be the extent of it, cursory, but not trying to opine about whether or not it will be effective in the long term for the applicant. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hyman?
Yes, thank you. You're saying just speak about the substitute material as if these other factors were not playing into the decision.
Yes.
Thank
All right, you guys, it's after 7:15 and not to rush you, but I think we have all the information we need. So would anyone like to try their hand at a motion? Come on, Commissioner Hayden. I see that look in your eye like you're just itching to make a motion. Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Bonaparte, Commissioner Heineman, Bueller, someone?
Commissioners, this is Robert Owens. Can I speak?
I can open it up so you can speak. Yes. It's open. Go ahead. Go on, Robert.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out the hardy plank is not the solution. We got approval to add gutters, and we are correcting the flashing issues as we replace the hardy plank.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll close it back up again.
Kim, thank you for reopening. That comment was actually really helpful. My understanding of the presentation was that the cementitious siding was being posed as the solution, but I think it's helpful to know that the other issues are being resolved.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else want to go home? Come on, guys. Someone make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to
Okay,
approve this project as presented.
Okay, is there a second to Commissioner Barth's motion?
Second.
I'm sorry, is that you, Krista?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Lineberger has seconded Commissioner Barth's motion. Any discussion of the motion? All right.
This is Jessica. We have not approved wood grain cementitious on projects in the past, and we've been incredibly selective on projects in the past of approving cementitious in proximity to wood.
Correct, and dimension and thickness.
So we
Christy, is this
proposing
the 3/16 wood grain?
The other thing is, I believe they're proposing to replace the wood shakes in the front dormer with cementitious.
Yeah, the proposed project is to remove the replacement wood siding and install fiber cement siding. Are you approving that, Commissioner Barth?
No, I think we might need to add an amendment here to clarify hardy artisan or similar. And Christy, in our history, we don't typically approve the wood grain cementitious, correct? So I would say probably needs to go to a smooth.
Correct. And you have also not approved a hardy shake shingle in the past, but have required all areas of shake to remain wood.
So I would say we probably denied the shake.
Deny the shake and approve everything else? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, hardy artisan or similar on the main body of the house and the areas where the shake, we're denying that material.
Commissioner Lyon?
This is Jessica. I have a question. Christy, the project that we reviewed about a year ago that was the similar condition, it was a stop work order for hardy artisan on the back of a house that had wood Dutch lap.
Mm-hmm.
What decision did we render on that one? I cannot remember.
So their house was covered in vinyl, and they removed the vinyl and found the original wood Dutch lap and just removed it and started installing lap siding. And the commission maintained that since it was original siding, they had to go back and replace it with a Dutch lap to match existing, and they were not approved to replace all the siding on their house. But it was also a fully original, intact, historic house, no addition.
I think this is a little different here because we don't have any evidence to prove what was existing on the building. And I think we know that all this siding has been replaced several times in the recent past. To me, this is a little bit different of a case than that example.
I feel like if an addition were to come to us today on the back of a wood Dutch lap house, and we were to evaluate it for a composite siding, if we thought we would approve a hardy artisan lap, with a similar reveal, in proximity to a historic wood Dutch lap, then I could maybe get on board with that. I think that's what Christy is suggesting with a hybrid solution. But I don't know that I don't know that that has been this commission's interpretation in the past. So I'm open to that idea. But I'm also interested in being consistent in our interpretation of that.
Just to be clear, I also don't think, like, if we go to a hybrid solution here and put Dutch siding on the main house, hardy or cementitious lap on the addition, and have cedar, I think that would just be a hodgepodge of building materials. So it has to be all or nothing.
So I need to draw your attention to the current slide, 343, that they're not changing anything on the sides of the house. The request is for the back and the front. And if I can go to, as shown on 339, it's just the back and the front. It is not the sides.
Well, that changes things.
That changes things for me too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does that change the motion?
Yes.
Chris?
Would you like me to recraft?
Yes, I feel like you feel you need to.
I'm struggling with whether this would be a continuance or a denial. My gut would tell me this is a denial.
I think you should go with your gut.
Yeah, I would like to deny this application to propose alternative building materials for the front and rear elevation of this project, as they do not meet our guidelines, and I do not have a section.
Here, I will.
You could quote the Secretary of the Interior Standards, page 2.5, number 6, deteriorated historic features shall be repaired rather than replaced when the severity of deterioration requires the replacement of a distinctive feature. The new shall match the old in design, color, texture, and other properties, and where possible, materials. And you can also quote page 4.11, trim. Number 2, match deteriorated trim with new trim to match as closely as possible.
Do you want me to restate?
Please.
So I'd move that we deny this application based on the applicant's desire to propose alternative materials to the front and back elevation of the historic home in relation to the Department of Interior, section 2.5, number 6, as well as our guidelines 4.11 on trim.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of this motion? All right, let's take a vote. Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
6-0. Denial. Thank you, Brian. Good luck. All right.
Not have, if you could, yes, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? No. If no, this meeting is adjourned at 7:27 p.m.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Christy, quick question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
When will we be reviewing Oak Lawn Park for becoming a historic district neighborhood?
Yeah, that's great. So we're actually putting the finishing touches on a website, a webpage all about Oak Lawn Park. It was supposed to be heard by City Council back in like May or June, but the process was put on hold because of COVID. Have restarted the process. All of the design guidelines that we talked about at our June meeting, just yesterday, I received a final draft from the consultants. So I'm going to be sending that out to y'all. And we are working with the neighborhood and with the rezoning team to send out courtesy notices within the next short while. So that's a long way of saying probably sometime this fall. If all goes well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well,